of the day, Father Stephen Brown of St. Augustine Catholic Church. Father.
Thank you, Mrs. Smiley. I'd like to begin with a scripture from the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 29, verses 11 through 13. For I know well the plans I have in mind for you, oracle of the Lord, plans for your welfare, not for woe, so to give you a future of hope. When you call me and come and pray to me, I will listen to you. When you look for me, you will find me, and yes, when you seek me with all your heart. Almighty and gracious God, bless our city council and all whom they serve. We pray, O God, that they be blessed by your divine grace with a new mayor and the members of our city council. Through your grace, we are strengthened. Through your grace, the hearts of many are made whole. Through your grace, people who are enemies can become friends. Merciful God, we ask your grace to be poured out upon our city. May true justice and equality be our goal. May we see each person as having value and allow every voice to be heard. God, who created us, help us to create a community that recognizes the gifts of all, the immigrant and the stranger, the citizen and the laborer. The halls of justice be places where all persons can approach and receive right judgment and fair treatment. May those who put on uniforms be loved, not feared, appreciated and cherished. May they see in each citizen an opportunity to help right a wrong, to serve with integrity, and to act with caution and regard, all with respect. Lord our God, we seek to live and make the hope of justice become a reality when all people are free, treated with dignity, and recognized truly as persons created in your divine image. Let us be judged by the content of our character, not by the color of our skin. And let justice ring from every shore and every hamlet, neighborhood to every hill, from church steeples to city hall, from the schools to the courthouse, from the courthouse to the state house. And finally, gracious God, we come before you asking, pleading for your grace and your guidance on our city council members as they open this session. Bless these men and women, anoint them to bring forth your kingdom of justice, love, and peace for all, and help them to see your face in each person they serve. We ask this in your most holy name, for you are our God forever and ever, and we all say it. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Warren.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Father Brown was invited by the Honorable Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford, could you make your way down? And when you get down there, I just want you to know you're recognized.
Thank you, sir.
All right, most definitely.
Father, it's a pleasure to really first meet him before he got there to the church. And a lot of people call it St. Augustine, St. Augustine, the church.
Yes,
so either way that you want to call it is all right because, hey, it's a very great church.
Yes.
I want to give a little history, too. My brother James, a lot of y'all may remember him. He bought the first church where Father Light, which was St. Thomas, all of them merged together, which was at Trigg and Lauderdale.
Yes.
The church is still there. Beautiful church. But it's just a pleasure to meet you. I knew the Father before you. He left and went back to Africa. So now we have you, and you know I'm right down the street. So
yes,
please
sir.
come and see me. Thank you so much.
Sir. It's truly an honor. Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to be here.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Comptroller, you know what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members Canali.
Here.
Carlisle. Here. Cooper Sutton. Easter Thomas. Ford. Green. Logan. Spinoza. Swearingen Washington. Walker. Warren. White. Chairman Smiley.
I believe I'm here. Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
And thank you, Mr. Warren. And yes,
That looks like
yes,
Dr.
you
Warren
do
over
have a
there.
quorum.
All right, thank you. I believe our Vice Chairman has read the minutes for the June 4th meeting. But first, I would like to recognize Councilwoman Green. Have anything? Councilman Canale is about to read the minutes for the previous meeting. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have read the meeting minutes from the June 4th meeting, find them to be in order and move for their adoption. The screen's not working.
The screens. There we go.
All right.
Let's cast your vote, if we can.
Can now, sir. Thank
There we
you.
go.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
All
Please
right.
show Councilmember Spinoza as voting yes.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. This item passes. Welcome to the June 25th, 2024 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. Meetings of the council shall be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure the public has full opportunity to be heard and the deliberate process of the council is retained at all times. The Sergeant at Arms, Cedric, raise your hand so they know who you are. Sergeant at Arms has meeting agendas available up front, as well as comment request cards from members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. All those wishing to speak on an item must turn in their comment card to the Sergeant at Arms before the item is called. If you are not here to speak on a specific item, you can note your request to give general comment at the end of the meeting. As chair, I will only recognize citizens that properly registered to speak by submitting a completed comment request card to the Sergeant at Arms. Members of the audience and persons addressing the council will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory, personal, slanderous, or profane comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairperson of the council may maintain order by giving any persons who are in violation of the stated rules of decorum a warning to cease any violative conduct in order to leave the council chambers, or by giving an order for security personnel to remove any disruptive person in the council's chambers who refuses to leave voluntarily. These rules are posted on the doors as you enter the chamber and as you pick up comment cards. I do have a couple of holds. Items 6 through 30 will be held. Madam Comptroller, could you please call the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, please repeat it.
Could you call the consent agenda, Madam Comptroller?
Item number 1 on our consent agenda
6.
is a resolution approving final plat for Northside High School development and accepting bond as security. There's a request for same night minutes. The contract number is CR-5458. Item number 2 is a resolution approving engineering plans for new Frazier Community High School Phase 1 and accepting
Understand
bond
what
as
she just get.
security. There is a request for same night minutes. The contract number is CR-5459. Item number 3 is a resolution accepting public improvements for Highland Point Subdivision, First Edition, S04-064CC, contract number 4967, authorizing release of the bond, and there's also a request for same night minutes. Item number 4 is a resolution accepting public improvements for Grahamwood Crossing, PD 15-307, and releasing the bond. There is a request for same night minutes, and there is a contract number 5321. Item number 5 is a resolution approving a supplemental agreement for number 1 for Colonial Country Club Plan Development Phase 3, Countrywood Parkway. There's a request for same-night minutes, and the contract number is CR-54. I believe I have an ordinance up for first reading, and if someone will share that caption, I will read that into the record with the consent agenda. Up for first reading, we have an ordinance to amend and restate a referendum ordinance number 5877 that propose an amendment to the charter of the City of Memphis pursuant to Article 11, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee Home Rule Amendment so as to provide provisions for the regulations of deadly weapons. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5908 is sponsored by Councilman Warren, and there's a request to add this on for the first reading. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Any council members wishing to speak on the consent agenda? Any council members? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Can I get a move by Warren, properly seconded by Swearinger Washington? Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen?
Canali, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Please show Councilmember Cooper Sutton is voting yes. Councilmember Spinoza and Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Items 6 through 30 are held to July 9th. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 41?
Item number 41 on our add-ons is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $250,000 from the FY24 General Fund expenditures, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by council members Swearingen Washington and Carlisle. There is a request for same-night minutes.
We're gonna have to take a brief moment. We're gonna recess for the next 2 minutes. All right, sorry for that delay that was much longer than anticipated. Madam Comptroller, I know we called 41 again. I want you to call 41 again and make
Thank you,
sure
Mr.
that
Chairman.
all the council members know where we are, and we
Okay.
can proceed from there. Thank you.
Item number 41 on our add-on agenda is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $250,000 from the FY '24 general fund expenditures. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by council members Swearingen, Washington, and Carlisle. There is a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommends approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Dr. Warren. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, we have a few comment cards. Mr. Robinson, please, item number 41. Feel free to withdraw if you would like.
Yes, I meant for 42, but the number.
I know. All right, so I will hold that card. Mr. Massey. Richard Massey, are you 42 as well? Yeah. All right, we're gonna hold that one. Newton. 42? All right. Ms. Jackson, 42? I don't see you, Ms. Jackson. 42? Oh, okay. All right. I will hold that one as well. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes, and yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item passes.
Also, please show Councilmember White is voting yes on this item.
All right. Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Could you please call item number 42?
Item number 42 is a resolution to amend the FY '24 operating budget related to fourth quarter transactions. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes.
All right. Councilman Carlisle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommends approval, and I so move.
All right, moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. I don't see any council members in the queue. There we go. We will not have any outbursts. I will be asking you to leave again. All right, we have Councilwoman Green in the queue, followed by Councilman Spinoza. We have multiple comment request cards. Councilwoman Green, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. I know this went down with a favorable recommendation, but I wanted to note for the record that I was the only one who objected to it. I understand that there is cleanup that we're having to do from the prior administration and the new CFO and CAO working through the budget. I still find it unnerving that we are not finding small holes. We are finding $15 million in one division, 3.6 in another division. These are not small cleanups. And the idea that we're going to be asking tonight for the taxpayers to entrust us again with more of their dollars at a time when we clearly have mismanaged their dollars in the past is very upsetting to me. And so I just want to note for the record my objection to this. It is not an objection to making sure that our departments run smoothly, particularly our police department, that they have proper funding to do what they need to do for the personnel on the front line. I understand that. But to get a resolution that had exactly 2 sentences in regards to a $15 million request at the very last hour is unacceptable. We have to do better. And it is not my ego that is in the way. It is disrespectful to the public, to the citizens of Memphis, who we continue to ask for them to support our budget and our decision-making ability. We have a fiduciary responsibility to do better. And so I understand this is likely going to pass, and my objection may just be a general protest vote. But I don't know how else to voice my disdain for this continued practice that I have seen in my 6 months here. This is not the first time. It is not the second time. It is at least the third time that we have gotten a, hey, we just found this hole and we've got to fix it. And it's a multi-million-dollar hole. And so I'm trying to be the last stop to say we've got to stop doing this. And the only way I can do that is with my vote. So I just wanted to say that on the record, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilman Spinoza, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to what Councilwoman Green said.
Councilman Spinoza, could you move your mic up a little bit closer, sir?
Yes, sir. Similar to what Councilwoman Green said, I was optimistic when I got here this morning, and I'm still optimistic because we haven't voted on the budget yet. But, you know, on April the 10th, we came in this room and we were told we had to spend $10 million to cover a line item for fire. Still don't even know necessarily today if that was, if we needed to do that. And then less than 24 hours before we vote on the budget, we get a document last night and we show up today and it's a $15 million hole. It's wildly irresponsible to me. I will not be voting in support of this, and it's going to be real hard for me to support this budget with these surprises, and it's just disappointing. I do want to ask the administration, I asked you all today, to please bring specifics, like by line item, as to what the hole is? Anything? There we go.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a very critical moment in time in history, again, here in Memphis, Tennessee. I heard what my colleagues said, even with one of my colleagues raising the fees on the vehicle's registration, which is included in the tax. And so when we go through the budget, I understand that prior administration, and we're here now. And so I know and I feel in my heart, and I'm very prayerful that my colleagues and the divisions and the administration, that we are going to do much better with the taxpayers' dollars. Oversight and accountability is not just something we're saying with transparency, it is a must. We're going to put some things in order, and we expect everyone to follow them. We want to see this city grow. I want to see this city safe. I want to see our babies flourish with a thriving education system. But it's going to take all of us to do so. All these different silos and all these different groups and all these different cliques, and you want it here and you want it there. We are living in times where our children didn't enjoy. I enjoyed being a child, being able to go out and play in the playground, being able to swing, play hopscotch, jump rope, play jacks. These babies have not had this opportunity. So we owe it to them to do better. It's every last one of us. And so quit pointing the finger at each other and let's make it work together. We may not always agree, and it's okay to disagree. But this is our city. And every time you look around, someone is just trying to take our power and trying to diminish the hard work that has already gone forth. We must stand collectively together to make it work. And that's my prayer. And I believe Yeshua the Christ has truly heard each and every one of us. And so we're going to start a new slate, and we're going to do it together. I yield the floor, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I just want to echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Green and Councilman Espinoza. Just kind of get tired of receiving things at the last minute and being told that it's absolutely necessary when we have ample time to discover any type of deficiencies or overall items that have been overlooked. That's a lot of money to not know about it until one day before we have to take a vote. So just echoing the sentiments of Green and Espinoza, we have several comment cards. I'm gonna go to those. Mr. Robinson, is this the one you're gonna talk on? All right, just making sure, brother. Name and address for the record, 2 minutes on the clock.
Rome Robinson, co-founder of Just My Memphis, 1074 Faxon Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. I want to say good evening to all of you council members here. I'm here to express strong support for Councilwoman Jerry Green. We've never met, but Green's proposal budget item focused on providing transportation for youth to access mental health services. As someone who grew up, that's part of this, right? No. Okay, as someone who grew up with ADHD and depression, I understand firsthand the challenges young people face when dealing with mental health issues. The initiative is not just a budget item, it's a lifeline for our youth and an investment in our community's future. The lack of accessible mental health support for young people has far-reaching consequences. It increases the lack of substance abuse and addiction, higher rates of school dropout and unemployment, greater likelihood of involvement in the criminal justice system, and elevated suicide rates among youth. Councilwoman Green's proposal aligns perfectly with our Empowering Youth movement at Just My Memphis, which aims to connect all of our community assets in one easy-to-use platform. This will ensure that young people, families, and community leaders can quickly access the services that they need. By providing transportation to mental health services, we're removing a significant barrier that prevents many young people from getting the help they desperately need. This initiative is an investment in our youth and inspiration for those who often feel lost and outcast. I want to thank Councilwoman Green for recognizing this critical need. Your proposal is not just about transportation. It is about hope, it is about support, and it is about empowerment for the future leaders of our community. Let's make Memphis a city where every young person has the opportunity to rise above the challenges and reach their full potential. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. All right, I understand that we didn't have the add-on agendas out in a timely manner. So if you're gonna talk specifically about the budget item, you're probably gonna be talking about item 33, 35, and also potentially 45 as well. If those are the items that you wanna talk about, let me know and I'll hold your comment card to those items. Mr. Massey. Is it specific on what we just discussed now?
Yes, so
okay.
it's the add-on items that were brought forward about a moral budget. So
that's 45. That's 45.
That's 45.
45. It can also be item 35 and item 33. So I'm gonna hold yours. Mr. Massey. I think this is John Richardson. No, Richardson. I think this is Richardson. All right. Diane Richardson. Okay. Are you Diane Richardson? All right. Let's roll. Name and address for the record. And the time will begin. And before Ms. Richardson speaks, if you know you pulled a comment request card on this item, could you move closer to the front? Ms. Richardson, the floor is yours. She changing items? Okay, I will hold yours. Mr. Adams, am I holding yours? I don't see you, Mr. Adams. You want to speak on this item or you want me to hold it? I think you want me to hold it. You sure? I'm gonna hold it. All right, Amber Sherman, want me to hold it? No. Are you speaking on this item here? I definitely speak on this item. You sure? All right, come on, Ms. Sherman. And Mr. Adams, could you take a seat? I'll come to you next. My apologies. Amber Sherman, you know.
All right, my name is Amber Sherman. My address is 6070 North Bell Grove Cove. So I don't understand why we're giving the police more money. And I've been sitting in the budget meetings, in the committee meetings, and I've watched y'all make comments about how you're so upset that you're bringing this to us last minute, and then you vote for it and vote in favor of it. And then you commented again, we're so tired of y'all bringing us stuff last minute. I don't understand why you aren't giving us proper notice. And then y'all sit there and vote for it again. So at what point are the words you're actually saying gonna match your actual actions? Because I remember JB also talking about how we're gonna set the salaries for folks. And then we went through the salary amounts. And the police chief makes more than the mayor. But no one talked about decreasing that. But we're talking about giving them more money. And then Phyllis Finoza talked about the $28 million that's just somewhere floating in the police department. We don't know where it's at. No one's advocated for where it is or to do an audit, but we want to give them more money. And once again, we have a failing police department who is not good at their job, and every time they come and ask you for more money, you give it to them. So my question is, are y'all gonna just keep talking and getting little cute sound bites, or are you gonna actually vote no and stop giving them all your money? Because the citizens of Memphis who want more services could use $15 million. There's a lot of things we can spend that on. But, you know, somebody comes to you randomly last minute and they're like, we're the police, so just give us the money. And y'all just like, all right, but I'm gonna complain for my 3 minutes first and let y'all post cute videos on Twitter about me, but I'm gonna still support it. Stop doing that.
Okay. So there's some new folks here. All right, so let me set the ground rules. If you're in favor of what's being said, we're gonna do thumbs up. If you disagree with what's being said, we can do thumbs down. We're not gonna clap, we're not gonna snap. And if we do any of those things, I'm gonna look to my left, I'm gonna say, hey, Cedric, how you doing today? Could you please get the folks in order? That's what we're gonna do. Thumbs up, thumbs down, we're not gonna snap, we're not gonna clap. All right, thank you, Ms. Sherman. I know you're gonna be back. Mr. Adams, the floor is yours, sir. Name and address for the record, 2 minutes on the clock.
Josh Adams, 4080 Elvis Presley, 38116. We spent last year trying to eliminate useless expenses for taxpayers by reducing low-level traffic enforcement. Traffic enforcement that kills folks. Traffic enforcement that unjustly charges people with criminal crimes and locks them away and gets them charges with Child Protective Services. But the MPD broke those ordinances last year that you all passed, and the Memphis Police Association went to the state to lobby against the ordinances that you passed. Antonio Adams told me at one of your budget meetings that they don't know what MPD does hour to hour when it comes to traffic enforcement, so they can't shift the funds because they don't know what they do from moment to moment. Seeing that crime and traffic fatalities are increasing, it's likely that they're doing nothing at all or something that's completely ineffective. To give them more funding would be to reward them for directly attacking the people and attacking the people's power and attacking your power when they lobbied at the state level to get Senate Bill 2572 passed. And it would be awarding them for wasting taxpayer dollars. So I hope that you manage fiscal resources well and don't give them another dollar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Richard Massey, I believe you're speaking on this item? No, this is not. You're not speaking on this item. Richardson. All right, so I think those are all the coming cards on that particular. Okay, gotcha. I think those are all. What's your name? I don't have a comment card for this particular item. Madam Comptroller, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Could you please prepare the screen for a vote? And if I do, my apologies, I don't see it.
Canali abstained, Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, no. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, no. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley abstained. Oh, thank you. Show you voting as yes. How would you like to vote, Ms. Cooper Sutton? I don't know if I can do that over.
We're going to. Madam Comptroller, one more time. So moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. Okay, so we're gonna hold the vote. So that is, thank you, Sergeant Holmes, that is accurate. I do have one comment card that I have is Ms. Jackson, I think is police budget increase. Were you trying to speak on this item? Ma'am? I get it. That's fair. Okay. So apparently we did make a mistake. Ms. Jackson, come on down. We have a few more that we didn't have the add-on agendas prepared properly, so that's fair.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused, I think.
It's on us.
Okay, and Amal here is with me. She wanted to submit a card, but she also didn't have a number. So if you'll allow us, the two of us will present together.
Shit, I need a come-in card, name and address for the record. I need a come-in card.
Well, can I give part of my time to her?
You cannot. I need a come-in card. She needs to go over there and get a come-in card. Ms. Jackson, your time's gonna start. But she can't go get a come-in card now if she would like to talk.
Oh, Amal, can you give me a number?
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
your time is starting. 2 minutes on the clock, please.
All right, so regarding the police increase, I think a few people have already spoken to the need for us to have a new day. We have a lot of new council members. We have a whole, hopefully, new direction, a new mayor. And we know that in the past, we have had some missteps at best and disastrous consequences for our youth, especially, and our whole community. So I'm hopeful that as you consider a police increase, you'll consider the implications of that. We understand that some of the police perhaps have been trained by Israeli defense folks. We don't know how much of that is being used now, but we know we're in the midst of an Israeli-Palestinian conflict that has deep impact on us. And we'd like to invite you each, and I've sent you an invitation by email, to a Thursday conversation this week at First Congo at 5:30 p.m. till 7:30, which we hope and expect to be a safe space for us to lift up whatever issues, feelings, concerns, thoughts our very diverse population here has, We invite you to be a part of that. And I would hope also from a moral budget perspective that if you're giving more funds to police, that you're also rethinking the roles of police and the staffing of police to include more social workers, counselors, to include better discernment about mentoring, tutoring our youth, and providing resources for them. So I thank you for your consideration. And again, we invite you Thursday at 5:30 at First Congo. There'll be light refreshments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. It's good to see you as always. Next up, Maul. Name and address for the record. 2 minutes on the clock.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Amal Altereb. Do I start? Okay. Address 510 East Pontotoc, Memphis, Tennessee 38126. So I want to bring up a specific issue that probably has been mentioned, but we don't need to give more funds to the Memphis police. What we need is more transparency from them. We need to know what ties do they have with the Israeli Defense Forces. Specifically, the UN Human Rights Council last week named what they're doing, their actions in Gaza, as a campaign of extermination. In other words, a genocide, which is what we've been saying since early March and since this started in October, even before that, before October. So we really need more transparency from our police and the funds to instead be channeled to our schools. But like Suzanne said, we would really love to invite you to these courageous conversations. The idea, you told us when we've been here for months, you told us that we need to get the whole community together, so that's what we're doing. We're gonna sit down, authentically talk about our experiences, our feelings, our pain, and then figure out a way, something that we agree on, that we can come back to you with, so that we can move forward as a community in Memphis. So I really hope that everyone here, not just the council members, come, the mayor, and that we reconsider funding the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Trinity Williams, name and address for the record. 2 minutes on the clock.
My name is Trinity Williams. The address is North Parkway, 2000 North Parkway 38112. I'd like to be very brief. Pretty much this additional funds, and I apologize for the position that you all are in about this last minute multi-million-dollar addition into the police. However, but this is a disgrace of the behaviors in which the police department is getting additional funding and being rewarded for such. People have been complaining about the behaviors of Memphis police for very much so over multiple years by now. Multiple individuals have been harmed, also have continuation of being harmed by the police. And additionally, Memphis police is a very large chunk of the Memphis budget, over 40%. So why is Memphis police getting more multi-million-dollar funds when there has not been any behavior that shows that they deserve such? We could be allocating these funds to areas in which people need them, but the police is being called when there's mental health issues. The police is being called when there are family issues. And these are the situations in which more families are becoming more and more in crisis. So I'd like to ask you all to please spare your vote when it comes to giving more money to the police and allocate the funds and where people actually need them instead of harming your communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Noah, I don't see you, Noah. You're kind of far back, man. I can't, my eyesight kind of suspect at times. Noah, name and address for the record. And 2 minutes on the clock.
Thank you much. My name is Noah Nordstrom. I live at 6220 Forest Grove Drive. I am a Spanish teacher here in Memphis, and I'm also the Democratic nominee for state representative in House District 83. And sorry, I'm a little sweaty. I just came here from door knocking. But first, I want to thank my councilwoman, Jerry Green, for her comments earlier, because this is irresponsible that at the last minute we're asking for $15 million extra dollars And as was mentioned already, we already are seeing that our police department is breaking policies that you all have made. This actually happened to me last year when you all made the policy about not being pulled over for broken taillights. I was pulled over anyway and had to leave school to get to court, which is impacting children in this community. And furthermore, I want to touch on what was mentioned about the deadly exchange program going on here. We're sending our Memphis Police Department to train with the Israeli Defense Force, which is a terrible idea. It happened as recently as August of 2023, and when we're dealing with becoming nationally famous for things like what happened to Tyree Nichols, why are we sending our police to train with foreign militaries? Because there's consequences to that. Our Memphis became famous for this brutality, and I don't think that is what we want for our communities. I pray that that's not what we want for our communities, especially when we're asking $15 million extra at the last minute when we can't even properly fund our schools. I ask ourselves, what are our priorities? When we're having schools with roofs falling in, and when we have mold and roaches and lack of textbooks, I think we should be reprioritizing our focus onto our schools, into the services for our community, and not sending our police to train with the foreign militaries and not giving extra money at the last minute without real discussion. So thank you, Councilwoman Green, and thank you to those who are raising your objections. And I ask us to choose moral priorities, which is putting our kids first. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Noah. I have one more coming card from Aaliyah. Ali. Name and address for the record. Could you state your name?
It's Alat Alatiyat.
It's a.
Alat.
Thank you.
8386 King William Street, 38016. I'm here with Memphis Voice for Palestine. We emailed you our demands weeks ago. I encourage you to go take a look at those because this is applicable to that. We urge y'all to vote no on the $15 million and to even lessen the police budget entirely. How long have y'all been giving these folks money over and over again, raising the budget, giving them these resources and this money? And what's happening to crime is not going down at all. It just keeps going up and up. And you're cutting out services based on the false promise of safety to give them even more money. Y'all are doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. It's not gonna happen. Y'all have seen the way this administration behaves, this police administration behaves, and y'all just keep rewarding this behavior. And with that money, CJ Davis and other police, like other people have said, are traveling to Israel and training under a foreign military to learn methods of oppression. If images of dead children are not enough to move you, at least service your own community by keeping your law enforcement in the community or at least in the country. You got people trying to help folks, all types of efforts and programs in Memphis, like Block Squad here, working without pay for months, keeping y'all kids and our kids safe. And y'all don't want to give them money because you're giving it to the police. And the police are never running out of money like everyone else is. So I urge y'all to vote no. I also just want to show y'all what we're looking at each and every day of our children in Palestine being killed. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other members in the queue. I would like the Chief Operating Officer to come and speak briefly, less than a minute, about this particular item.
All right. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. This particular item in the various divisions, you all are having to address primarily. All items are in the personnel line. We are addressing attrition. As I mentioned earlier today, attrition was a county measure that we were using to balance the budget, and it is one of the items that has kind of come back to bite us. And so we're asking you now to address it. Every division has been trying to manage its way through it. This is not a oops, all of a sudden we got here. I'd like to applaud each division director for trying to manage their way through it. When we could no longer manage our way through it, that's when we brought it to you. You may not like it, but this is how we had to address it. This is prescriptive to the chair, and the chair is right. Let's find a way before we always come back and seek the fund balance. Thank you.
So, a few seconds for council members to think about it, and then I'm going to allow. All right, council members, I see that you all have all cast your votes. Madam Comptroller.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, no. Logan, yes. Spinoza, no. Swearingen Washington, abstained. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, abstained.
This motion passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 43.
Item number 43 is a resolution to approve a memorandum of agreement with Shelby County Government, City of West Memphis, Arkansas, Town of Arlington, City of Bartlett, Town of Collierville, City of Millington, for the purpose of forming a coalition to implement the Mid-South Rapid Retrofits Project, if selected, for funding by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and sent this down with no recommendation, but I believe a quick comment from the administration would be appropriate at this time. I see Director Zena making his way down, Mr. Chairman.
He's eager to tell us all about item number 43.
I will be quick. John Zena, Planning and Development. This item is what the caption describes. Division of Planning and Development applied for a grant through the Environmental Protection Agency called the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. The largest metro areas in the United States were first awarded $1 million for planning, and then that planning was to be put towards a priority climate action plan for the region, as well as to help fund initiatives to apply for implementation grant money. So the implementation project that was proposed by Shelby County with its partners, including the City of Memphis, was the Mid-South Rapid Retrofits Program, which is an application for nearly $66 million in energy improvements, weatherization, and other related activities for low and moderate income households throughout the region. The majority of low and moderate income households are within the City of Memphis, and so the majority of this money would be available for retrofits within the City of Memphis through Shelby County government, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, and the City of Memphis. It is required as an applicant that we have, if we have a partnership of multiple jurisdictions, that we have a memorandum of understanding submitted to the EPA by July 1st, and so that is the urgency of this matter. And I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, any questions from the council members? All right, Madam Comptroller, this item, okay.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Please show council member Spinoza as voting yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
Yeah. This item passes. You're right. I believe 44 was supposed to be on consent. It's already been read, so just on here inadvertent. All right. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 45?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 45 is a resolution to amend the FY24 American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA allocation, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by council members Canali, Green, and Walker, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Councilman Carlisle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. I have a couple of come-in cards. Mr. Massey, are you speaking on this item? Yes. All right, Mr. Massey. Name and address for the record. You know the routine, good sir.
Good evening, Council. Richard Massey, 3615 Central Avenue. It's no secret that the consequences of neglecting our youth when it comes to developing our budget have been felt throughout our city. When we slashed education funding dedicated to MSCS, school building maintenance diminished. Roach infestations and mold became more commonplace. Quality teachers began leaving for surrounding school districts offering better pay, and students had their educations upended. When we refuse to elevate our children, they are more likely to fall into a vicious cycle of poverty and violent crime, as we've seen take place. But as it stands, we have a legitimate opportunity to invest in young people in Memphis and create a budget that works to prioritize our city's most precious asset. Young people are at the forefront of a mental health crisis in Memphis. Surrounded by a gun violence epidemic each and every day, young people are struggling to deal with the trauma of fearing for their lives both inside and outside of the classroom. Now more than ever, it's important to streamline mental health resources into our young people's lives with this budget. With these budget measures, we can provide the most vulnerable of young people in Memphis with microtransits to access mental health care services like therapy and intervention programs. Also, the Opportunity Youth Workforce Fund, sponsored by Councilwoman Green, will provide young people who are out of work and school with crucial technical training to equip them with the skills needed to enter the workforce for the long term. Young people are at the forefront of every major issue in our city, ranging from gun violence to affordable housing to mental health care. Let's finally get back into the business of investing in Memphis the right way, not by providing MPD with an inflated budget again, and give everyone a seat at the table, namely our young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Diane Richardson, are you here? Hi, Ms. Richardson. Hey, how are you? Name and address for the record. I think we got the flow together.
Diane Richardson, 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 204. I'm here representing Hill 901 and to say that we're in support of the microtransit program to give our youth access to therapy. One of the goals that we do with Hill 901 is our motto and mission is cultivating the minds of young leaders as well as eradicating violence to create a safer Memphis and Shelby County through our evidence-based programs. This past year, we were in Hamilton High School, Hamilton Middle, we were in Raleigh Egypt High, Raleigh Egypt Middle, and Sherwood with a program called Supporting Students Exposed to Trauma. And with that program, we ended up hiring 5 additional employees to go into these schools and be there Monday through Friday, working with students who were exposed to trauma. Our Cultivating the Minds of Young Leaders programs, we have evidence-based programs to support what we're doing. We have a program coaching boys and the men, athletes as leaders, shifting boundaries, safe bars, and we also are a licensed mental health facility where we offer mental health services can be offered Tuesday through Saturday from 2 to 10, which means we're seeing students at a so-called not normal hours. Parents don't have to take off work to bring their child to get services. And the bus terminal is just right down the street, so they can just walk right to our offices and we can help them. So with that, we are supporting that so students can have access to get to us when they need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson, are you speaking on this item? All right. Once you get past 2 gonna be it. All right.
I apologize for not earlier saying my name and address. Suzanne Jackson, 4194 Fillsdale. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you twice today. I just want to commend you moving toward investing more in our youth. Your predecessors on the council took away like 600 hours a day of math and English support, took away all the behavior specialists, took away a third to a half of all the in-school suspension people. So anything we can do now to help invest in our youth, to try and transpose what we've done in the past to something that's far more positive, to live by what's on the wall outside this building that says this is not a community. A community is not built by its buildings, but by its people. And our youngest people deserve our support, our encouragement, and our investment. We can turn this around, but it takes this council seeking a new direction, finding ways to commit to the young people that we've not only ignored, but we've taken things away from them for more than a generation, and some could go back decades. So I know some of you have been close or tied into the education system. And while the city kind of abandoned its commitment to education, I hope now that you will not only find extra methods of supporting our youth, but find more direct ways to work directly with the education of our youth and investment in internships and other paid opportunities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Jackson. I will like to know that the council did allocate $1 million to MSES today. Oh, my mic apparently. So I will like to note that the council did allocate, for the first time, at least since I can remember, that we allocated $1 million to MSES today. So I think we allocated $1 million to MSES today. Today.
Oh, thank you. Separate and apart from what you owed in the past.
All right. All right, so Ms. Sherman, I believe this card number 3 for you. I'm teasing. Number 2. Come on, Ms. Sherman. Number 2. Name and address for the record.
Hey, can y'all fix this? Your thing for the ball. Yeah. I'm for real. Thank you. Amber Sherman. My address is 6070 North Bell Road Cove, Memphis, Tennessee. I want to speak in favor of this because I really appreciate Jerry listening to us when we came to present the moral budget and how important it is to have a microtransit program. When I was on the mayor's transition team, a big, huge thing we talked about around supporting our youth is getting them transportation to therapy. And so this is a really huge investment that we need for you to get access to therapy. And I'm really appreciative of that. And so I want to make sure that I commented on that because I know I'll be giving y'all a lot of slack and really reading y'all for filth. So when you do the right thing, I want to say that you're doing the right thing. And I hope that y'all pass this so that we can make sure folks can get to therapy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Eris Newton.
Hello, Eris Newton, 3973 Pfizer Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. It's been a long budget season, and I know y'all have been doing a lot of work basically trying to figure out how do we fund our city, how do we support the needs of the people. I want to express my support for this. It's important that when we think about investing in the city, we not just focus on the streets and the buildings and all of that, that we also focus on how do we meet the needs of the community, of the people who are walking on those streets, the people that are going into those buildings, the people that are going to those schools. So thank you so much for supporting this, and I hope you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. It doesn't appear to be anyone else in the queue. That was the last of our comment cards. Council members? I think it was moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Warren, I believe. Carlisle Warren. Okay. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? You don't.
Chairman,
Comptroller, Councilwoman White.
yeah, I apologize that I'm a little bit late on the queue. I did not realize that one of the programs that was on this list will be going to Shelby County. I again need to disclose that I advise and provide counsel to the Shelby County Commission, although I do not have any financial interest in what is coming before the body at this moment.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. Shout out to transparency. Madam Comptroller.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Madam Comptroller, this item passes. Could you please?
Show Councilmember Spinoza's voting yes also. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you call item number 34?
Item number 34 is an ordinance amending Chapter 15, Section 15-12 of the Memphis Code of Ordinances regarding solid waste fees for collection and disposal. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5904 is sponsored by the administration. It was held from June 4th.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met. There was a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. We have one council member in the queue. Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, as we've discussed throughout the budget season, we're about to go through a sequencing of votes. I move to amend this ordinance to set the new fee with an increase of $12 flat. With that, multiple things will happen. One, we won't have to do this next year. Two, it alleviates a $2 million need out of this year or the fiscal year 25's operating budget. Three, it allows solid waste to accelerate its loan payments back to the general fund to the tune of about $1 million a year. So it takes it up from $750 to $1.75 million annually back into the general fund. And four, probably most importantly, there's been a lot of conversation around compensation, raises, et cetera. Many of you have had, if not all of you, have had the opportunity to review the city's compensation study. And one of the groups that always gets left out of the conversation when we talk about first responding and forward and city touches are the solid waste employees. They do an incredibly difficult job in an incredibly intense environment. Not just when it's 101 degrees, but if you think that firefighters get shot at or chased or yelled when they respond to calls, you should go hear some of the solid waste division stories. They're pretty harrowing. And so it allows us an opportunity to as I said yesterday, extend, I don't want to call it an olive branch, but basically extend an opportunity to respect the work that the men and women of the solid waste division do. And I think if this council, this administration can do that, we can start off on a good place. I know a lot of those men and women want to do the job and they want to do it well, and we need to compensate them for it. So those are the reasons I'm proposing this amendment, and I hope you'll support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
All right, so is it without objection, Councilman Carlisle's amendment to the solid waste proposal, is it without objection? It appears it's without objection. Madam Comptroller, could you, the screen's are already prepared?
Objection to the solid waste? Yes, object. We're about to vote on
it. All right, council members, please cast your votes. As amended, as amended, as amended. Point of information.
Yes, it is.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Oh, okay, so we're amending it right now?
Yes.
For $12?
No. Councilman Carlisle, could you explain your amendment?
Yeah, please. Thank you,
10
Councilman.
seconds.
Chairman.
Simply, the ordinance and the rate that was proposed at $6.29 or thereabouts, with the intention of coming back in the next fiscal year for another raise. And so I'm going to beat all that out and do it right now. And I listed the benefits for that. For the additional $5 and change, we alleviate a significant budgetary concern, and we're able to give the employees of the Solid Waste Division a 5% raise, which they are, if you go look at their compensation study, are the lowest paid employees versus their comp set that exists. So that's what we're doing. We're just increasing it from $6.29 to $12 on top of the fee.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, did that answer your question?
Yes, and I will go pull that compensation thing that you said, because I must have missed something, but yes, I'll get it. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, for explaining your proposal. Council members, please cast your votes, however they may be.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, no. Swearengin Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that this item be moved with same 9 minutes.
Is there any objections to Councilman Carlisle's request for same 9 minutes? Appears all minds are clear. No objection. This item has been properly passed by this body with same 9 minutes.
All right, Darius Rogers, go ahead and get to it. Woo! You can work.
I do want to remind the members of this body, because apparently I haven't been here. If you agree with what's being said, we're going to do a thumbs up. If you disagree with what's being said, we're going to do a thumbs down. Equal opportunity. Everybody can get it. All right. So could we call, Madam Comptroller, can we call item number 32?
Item number 32 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicles and traffic, to amend registration fees, up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5907 is sponsored by Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This came down with a positive recommendation and needs to be considered as amended from this afternoon's budget committee. I may have missed it, I'm sorry, but yes, as amended with the new schedule that members have, and I so move. Or nope.
Moved by Swearengin Washington, seconded by Warren. But before we go to anybody, I'm going to take you to the particular sponsor of this item, because it's the chair's prerogative, Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, throughout this budget process, I have been looking both at how we can prioritize our funding, how we can make cuts to the budget to make sure that we are being responsible with dollars, but also new sources of revenue. The motor vehicle registration fees, the city's portion, has not been touched since 1982. I'm not going to call anybody out, but there are multiple members of this council that were not born yet. That's how long ago this was. And needless to say, inflation has gone up a lot since then. And so we have a schedule that has been proposed for both the motorcycles, passenger vehicles, et cetera, as well as commercial vehicles. And in general, there has been an alignment with other metropolitan areas in the state of Tennessee. That means increases. And in particular, we know that by increasing the passenger motor vehicle fee, we can bring in about $13 million. There's still some questions out there about how much more the other new amendments and new fees will bring in, but we know that it will generate more revenue. And hopefully it is revenue in the future that we can direct towards roads and towards public transportation, since these are vehicle fees. I have heard from my council members about, the burden that this will place on individuals, and I am not unsympathetic to that. I will note that there are rebate programs through the trustee's office, and I will also note that, for most people it is a passenger vehicle, and it's an increase in $30 for 1 year, and if you divide that out over 12 months, it's a cup of coffee. And so I'm proposing this in hopes that we can do everything we can to keep our taxes down. And so with that, Chair, if there's any questions about the schedule or about the ordinance itself, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. We have one member in the queue, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Green, for adding the commercial to this, especially fees, because if we're going to raise fees, as you understood and as we agreed to, and I'm glad we did come to a consensus, that it is going to be equal across the board for everyone. And hopefully this revenue that we see, that we keep promising the people, this revenue we will see put in action and will be used for the intent that we say it's used for. And so, once again, I'm going to keep echoing accountability and oversight, because this is what we said, and this is what we said we're going to promise the people here in Memphis. And so we're going to make sure that these fees are properly allocated where they're supposed to be, because we don't want the citizens to come back to the podium and call us liars. I know I don't. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. No comment cards on this particular item. Madam Comptroller, you know what to do. I thought you knew what to do. Members, please prepare to vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Madam Comptroller, this item passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that this item also be passed with same 9 minutes.
Is there any objections to Councilman Carlisle's motion for same 9 minutes? Seeing none, this item is appropriately passed by this body with same 9 minutes. All right, we're actually getting stuff done today.
All right.
Here comes the fun. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 33.
Item number 33 is an ordinance to appropriate the proceeds of the tax levy on the assessed values of all properties of every species within the city limits of general purposes for the fiscal year July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, inclusive together with all collections from privileged licenses, fees, fines, permits, charges, revenue receipts of the city of Memphis for the fiscal year July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, inclusive to provide the manner in which monies may be transferred from one fund to another, and to provide the standard code or designations under which the appropriations are to be administered and accounting control maintained, Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5903 is sponsored by the Finance Division, and this was held from June 4th.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and sent this down, and I move it to the floor for hopefully final consideration.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. With this budget ordinance, we're going to turn it over to the illustrious attorney, Alan Wade.
Subject of salary? Yes. Okay. In January, we approved new directors, and those directors assumed the existing salaries of that position because our fiscal year does not coincide with the calendar year.
So, Attorney Wade, we can't hear you. I would hate to say we're trying to turn it up some.
I can yell.
Here we go. Perfect.
Is that good?
Yes, sir.
All right. In January of this year, you approved a new slate of directors, and those directors assumed the existing salaries of their predecessors. The way the charter works for directors and under the paradigm that we now use our chiefs, those salaries cannot be changed during the fiscal year. They can only be changed during the budget ordinance. So this ordinance is the one that sets the salaries going forward for the newly confirmed directors and chiefs. And it's this body that has the authority to set those salaries. So with that, I think this body needs to address those salaries at this time.
All right. What's happening? Brooke, can you pass out? We're passing them out. So coming before you is a resolution we passed, but there's been some amendments to the resolution setting salaries for all the chiefs and the directors of the city of Memphis. That's being passed out. It's sponsored by myself and sponsored by Councilman Vice Chairman Canale. I'm gonna quickly walk you through it, and then we will entertain some questions. We're gonna be brief, and I'm gonna call for the questions so we can take a vote and see what happens.
All right.
All right, so does everyone has the particular motion, the resolution? All right, so I'm gonna start talking while you get it. So long story short, council has authority to set salaries for all chiefs and deputy directors and division directors. We have the authority over the entire budget. Part of our responsibility as a body, and I don't think we've done it this way before, what usually happens is under the previous administration, the council would just approve the budget as given to by the mayor. We would never truly show the people the salaries that we were setting. I think what everybody talks about is transparency, and we want to have some type of reason for doing things. So, long story short, here's the changes. The COO salary is an increase to 185. The CFO 175. The Chief Legal Officer 175. The CCO, Chief Communication Officer 165. The CIO 165. The Chief Human Resource Officer 160. The Chief of Staff 130. The chief of police, 246. Fire chief, 246. Public Works Director, 163. City Engineer, 145. General Services Director, 145. Library Director, 145. Solid Waste Director, 145. Parks, 145. Director of ACD, 135. Animal Service Director, 125. We've had several conversations, and what this salary setting resolution was aimed to do is try to capture the general sentiment of this body. And with that, it's already been moved by a councilman. It's already been moved. Any council members in the queue? Mayor Young, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to comment on this. I know we went through this for momentarily in committee. There's a major issue that I have with it, so I just want you all to have it so you hear from me as you go through your deliberation. And it's the salary regarding the chief of police. I understand the sentiment, which is that when you all, the previous body, so some of you all weren't here, when the previous body approved salary increases for those departments, they were unaware that they applied to upper management. And I certainly understand the desire to correct that and the desire to make sure that moving forward, when you apply those increases, that they apply to those personnel that are not in upper management, and that you can have a time when you make a decision on it. But given that the salary has been what it has been, it feels punitive to reduce someone's salary while they are continuing to act in the role. And so I want you all to just hear that from me directly, and I'll let the body make the decision that it decides to make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Young. I do appreciate your comments. I've served on this body for a bit, and I do recall, I think it was Councilman Carlisle's proposal, and then I'm going to send it to Attorney Wade briefly, and then we're going to keep it moving. So what the council did under the Strickland administration, we thought it to be prudent to increase the general salaries for the rank and file, the folks who are out there in the communities fighting to keep our streets safe. I'm trying to make sure I choose my words to reflect accurately what happened. So these represent what I believe happened, no member of the body. When we made the vote for the general increase for what we believe to be simply the rank and file, what inadvertently happened with some coaching or suggestion from someone who served in various roles for the prior administration, what inadvertently happened, we inadvertently increased the salary for the person who serves in that role as well. I think that's the most accurate way to say how we reflect the will of the council. I don't want it to be considered as a decrease. It could be considered as a bonus, because what happened is we're essentially returning the salary to the salary that it was prior to the inadvertent 14% increase for that role. That's one thing. Two, what I will note about this particular one thing that I wanted to be certain of, I do want to note about this particular resolution setting salaries, some good people did get raises. If you paid attention to this budget process, I don't think anyone's been here longer than the CFO, the COO, the CLO. She has an issues. But one thing I do want to know, and I think it was Councilwoman Logan who made a point of it, where does seniority fall in this? We've have a fire chief who's been for the city of Memphis for 30 plus years, and by all accounts, when we look at the national standards, our fire department is among the best in the nation. I think that's something we need to consider there. So what this does is it brings the fire chief and the police chief together. I think there was the way in 2016. I think it rights the ship. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Wade so he can continue talking. Sorry about continue talking, but, getting us together. My bad.
You know, the decision of how much to allocate to each position is basically within your legislative discretion. There is, I mean, I've looked at the current salaries, I've looked at the proposed under this resolution. It looks like there are only maybe 5 that are at issue. A lot of them are receiving significant increases. It seems to, I think the logic that you've used seems to group everyone according to functions. So, I mean, I think it has a rational basis, but I understand the mayor's position is that, you know, you don't want to decrease the salary of an existing person, but I think it was, there was some difference of opinion about the appointment of that director at the beginning of the process, and that director has been acting in an interim position. I mean, we never brought it back up to reevaluate that whole issue, and I don't think that's appropriate. But I think the council has the authority to make whatever decision it wants to make about these salaries. When we went to this chief paradigm under the prior administration, the charter talks about directors, and it gives specific instruction to this body that, and to the administration, that once you set the salary for a director, and I call them a charter director, that salary cannot be diminished or increased during that fiscal year. It can only be diminished or increased on the succeeding fiscal year, and that's where we are now. You know, it may be perceived as punitive, it may not be. There may be some parity argument that's being advanced. All of those are valid. I think it's up to you to vote your conscience about what you think is the appropriate thing to do. There are some of these chiefs that are not charter chiefs per se, and I think one of them is the chief of staff. I think the rest of them are, and there's some question in my mind about the HR director as well. So essentially, those positions, the only one that the mayor has complete authority and control, and you don't even have to approve them, is the position that's now known as the COO. The CAO is what's identified in the charter, but the COO is it's a title only, but that position serves at the will and pleasure of the mayor only. You don't appoint them, you don't fire them, the mayor does so. That is exclusively within his domain. The rest of them have to be removed by you on his suggestion. Those others cannot be raised or lowered. Some of these others may be. So in order to put them on parity, these chiefs and directors and all of them, you know, I think the budget ordinance talks about you cannot, the mayor can allocate $100,000 between line items except for personnel. Any changes in personnel have to come back to you. So notwithstanding whether they are chiefs or directors or charter chiefs, any change of what you set in this budget for anyone other than a charter director would have to come back to you anyway. So that's kind of the status of it. It needs to be addressed probably in every budget, depending on, you know, a number of different things. I mean, you evaluate whether someone's done the job or not done the job, but just to continue to have a salary is not, you know, a function that's mandated by the charter. It's basically your discretion to amend and approve all budgets, and how you do it is up to you.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. I know I'm gonna go to Councilman Carlisle as relates to other budget, particular items that will be included by reference in the budget ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, colleagues, just a short recap. Right now, what is before the body is a amended ordinance based on the actions taken by the Budget Committee over the last couple months, but more specifically in the last 24 hours. And then if you'll write down fund balance contribution, $3,973,751, and then write 2.838. And then Affordable Housing Trust Fund, $1,400,000, and then write down 1.0. So we agreed as a body with 7 votes to reduce the materials and supplies by $2.5 million today. And I would propose that we reduce the tax rate by the proposed tax rate by 1.785 cents from the 55. On Councilman Ford's original resolution, you'll see that he nods that basically any overages from expenses would go into the future contribution of the assigned or unassigned fund balance. I would offer to Councilman Ford and the body as a friendly amendment to reduce that number from $13,973,751 to a flat $10 million. So that's your savings that I asked you to write down of the $3.9 million. And that reduces the tax rate by 2.838 cents. So we will still on an annual go forward basis be able to contribute $10 million back into the unassigned fund balance and or reappropriate that funding. On the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I caused a kerfuffle, and that's my fault. It's been a long couple days for all of us. So let me clear up what I'm asking the body to consider. The funds that were transferred last year will stay where they are, and they will stay committed to the projects that they have been committed to. In the mayor's proposal and Councilman Ford's proposal, they have a go forward basis of an annual contribution of $5 million. For at least this year, because the body cannot be bound by future councils, I would ask the body to reduce that by 1.4 million, which is 1 cent on the tax. So therefore, this year's contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund will be $3.6 million, which just on that note alone, I was just leaning over to Councilman Logan. We were talking about just the history of the fund. The fund didn't exist until about 4 years ago under the Strickland administration and had a few $100,000. And under that administration and Mayor Young's administration, the body has put well north of $8-10 million. I can't remember all the ARPA funding, but it's been the most significant step in that direction in the history of the city. And I think that that's something to be commended. And so, colleagues, when you add all that up, we have the opportunity to reduce the tax rate. It's about, well, I'm sorry, let me talk about hard numbers. When you add up those reductions, you'll get to $7.9 million off of the proposed budget for this year, which allows us to reduce the tax rate from 55 cents down to 49.376 cents. I know that's not the number that some of us were looking for, but it's the number that I hope that I can get at least 7 votes to get down to, and then we'll take, any other action. But I would offer those to the body as amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. To clear up what just transpired, the resolution setting the salaries was voted on in committee is included. It will be included in the budget ordinance. And Councilman Carlisle's amendment, which he just walked through, I think is before us now. Is anyone opposed to, we have a couple council members in the queue, Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Green. And
Thank
then
you, Mr. Chair. I take it that this particular budget includes the salary capping that was there because we haven't voted on it. So this is an add where we're talking.
So could you clarify your question?
I got 2 questions. So we've got this one here, where we've set the salaries for the chiefs, right?
Okay.
And that's in this?
Yes.
Okay. And my second question is, the 1.4 million in the trust fund, is that what we're going to be using for Hub North?
Yeah, well, let me say it a way that I can answer it to you is that 3.6 million, or the whole 5 million, does not exist today. So my point to you is yes, what I would encourage you to do is that the money has now been appropriated to the if the council approves it, the money that you were seeking to then allocate and appropriate would need to be done so after the budget's approved. So my answer to you is yes. We're putting 3.6 million in the bucket of what has 4.2 in it, 3.8 is committed. I think that's right. So you'll have $4 million of uncommitted capital in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund on July 1.
As opposed to 5?
But no. As opposed to what would be 9.2. You have 4.2 in today. 3.8 has been committed. So you have 400,000 of uncommitted capital today on June 25th. If the council approves this, then you will contribute another 3.6 million, which gives you 4 million of uncommitted capital. To which I think, Councilman Warren, what you're asking is do I need to bring a resolution to commit 1.2 or 1 million of that? And the answer would be yes, sir, you would. But the money would be there.
So I would like to add that as an amendment that is designated for operations for Hub Family Center North. As a friendly amendment.
Well, here's the deal. If I'm a little concerned, I need a second, first off, for my amendment.
I seconded you already.
All right, my bad. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. I have no issue with that. It's budget net neutral, colleagues. And here's the deal. Again, not to get Councilman Warren off his rocker here, but the body can always come back and take further action. But I accept that.
1 million.
Thank you,
All
Mr. Chair.
right. So we have 2 more council members in the queue. Council, I'm going to remove you out of the queue once you speak, or you can take yourself out after you speak. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Chair, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but you and I also co-sponsored a couple of resolutions that were passed favorably out of committee that have not been added to the budget as proposed at the moment. You included one of the resolutions that I proposed and this body passed was the reduction in the travel expenses, and that's a savings of $292,000 plus. That's incorporated. And then we also asked for them to look at the staffing services. I believe the resolution said to remove them, but at least 10% of the miscellaneous professional staffing has been worked in, and that's a $4.4 million savings. But there were 2 other resolutions that you and I co-sponsored. The first being 18 vacancies that are in the budget that are over 18 months. And I believe that we were told, we at least spoke to police about their need to keep what they saw as 109-ish vacancies and be able to reallocate them for full-time positions, so that would reduce their reliance on professional services. But we did not hear about the other positions or from the other divisions. And so to stay in line, and I'll just say I'm going to do this on both of those resolutions, to stay in line with what the administration did on professional services, I would ask for a 10% reduction on any vacancies that are over 18 months. The same thing would be for the ARPA and CARES programming. I believe you asked that they all be funding removed because those were supposed to be temporary. And the administration came back and said that all need to be retained.
We can talk about the service reductions because we spoke about this in
I'm still
the committee.
speaking.
I'm sorry.
I'm still speaking.
This is really annoying. I'm sorry.
Come on, breathe.
I'm still.
Keep talking. Your floor is yours. Keep going.
The other resolution that was passed by this body was a reduction in ARPA and CARES funding and programming. And again, to keep it in line with what they did with professional services, instead of a cut for all of them, I would propose a 10% cut for across the board. And I leave it to the administration's judgment at how they do those cuts. So again, I'm not sure that this was, this is the time, but those resolutions were passed out of committee and then never incorporated into any budget. And so I'm trying to find some sort of middle ground here where we are addressing the fact that there are some vacancies over 18 months and there are some ARPA and CARES funding programs that, we can't continue to fund indefinitely.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Green. I think Councilwoman Logan has a point of information. I will say her point of information. What Councilwoman Logan wants to know, she wants to know the suggestions, the proposed amendments you made to the budget on attachment A that we have. Is it on attachment A? And if it's not on attachment A, I'm assuming at some point we're gonna have to write it down so the council member know exactly what we're talking about. So we can take our time here, and it's okay. We are, in the words of Councilman Carlisle, we're making sausage.
And it's not. And again, it's because, we discussed in committee whether those had been incorporated, and the answers were no, they had not, but they still were passed out of this body, but they were passed to cut everything. And so I'm just trying to find a compromise, and I'm asking for just 10% reductions. Again, I'm just trying, and I leave it to the administration to figure out where's the best part that they should cut those.
So I have a question, and I know some other council members have a queue, so a question as well. But I think to try to wrap our head around the proposed budget cuts, are you suggesting that are you suggesting that the funds that you're cutting go back into the general fund?
Yes, and then to be reduced off the tax rate.
Gotcha. Now, I'm asking, can you write it while you're talking out? Could you talk it out one more time so we can make some notes? And I know staff is trying to make notes, and then we're gonna allow
certainly
Adams an opportunity to respond as well.
Yes.
All
so
right.
If you'll recall, you co-sponsored a resolution to remove any vacancies across all divisions that had been present for 18 months or longer. And I'm asking now that the administration reduce any vacancies 18 months or longer by 10%, and that money go back into the general fund to then reduce the tax rate. You also sponsored a resolution, and I co-sponsored, that was passed by this body to cut any and all programming and funding that was originally ARPA or CARES related. The administration came back and said all of those positions are still needed. And I am asking for a 10% reduction, again, that will go back into general fund and then reduce the tax rate. This is in line with how they responded to our resolution to remove all staffing funding, and they came back with a 10% cut. So I'm just trying to make those other resolutions that this body passed in line, again, just to help reduce what we're spending. And I think, we talked through the reasoning behind 18 months. They've been there for so long. Are they going to use them? Are they going to fill them? We talked about the ARPA funding. Again, those were all programs that were put in place with COVID dollars, and we can't continue to operate as though we're going to continue to get those funds. So those are my motions. You can put them together or separate.
All right, so to reiterate Councilwoman Green's proposed amendments, and I do want to remind this body all of her two proposed amendments. In Budget Committee, we did vote to support, I guess, a total reduction of all of these things. And now what she's saying is, based on what she heard from the administration, instead of a total cut, a 10% reduction. So that both of the particular items are vacancies that have been around for 18 months or longer. 10% reduction. And ARPA and federal dollars in response to COVID, a 10% reduction. Now we're going to give Chief Adams an opportunity to respond. We know we have some other council members who want to speak on a particular item.
Point of information.
Hold on. Hold on, Chief Adams.
Yes, sir.
Just
we want to give deference to.
Quick point of information.
I know, but he was going to respond.
As we move forward, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Hyman. Can I get a motion and second for discussion purposes? I'm assuming it's moved by Councilwoman Green, and I will second it so we have an space to speak. Now we have a point of information from Dr. Warren.
Yes,
then we're going to allow Chief Adams an opportunity to speak. He's been waiting.
Mr. Chair, as we're moving forward, can we vote on each one of these motions separately as opposed to a package as we move forward?
So Councilwoman Green said she had no preference. Is anyone else would like to separate both items? We have one. Yes, all right, to good together. Do you want to?
No, I'm just saying, like the things that she came up, let's vote on her motions together.
Okay, so you want to bring them together. Got it. I didn't understand you. Chief Adams. Okay. My apologies, Dr. Warren. I'm on the same page now. Chief Adams.
First, let me apologize. I mean, my emotions got the best of me. I apologize, Councilwoman Green. All right?
Look, you know Councilman Carlisle, buddy.
Yeah. So right now, you got 121 vacancies over 18 days. 18 months, excuse me. A whopping 15 are outside of police. I have listened for the last couple of months for us, at us talk about and admonish these directors for using professional services, staffing agencies, and say that we need to staff up and we need to pay these employees. You know why? Because they are underpaid. But now you want to take the positions.
So, Chief, did you make that plain? No, I want you to make that plain. I get your argument, but
let me get there. Let me get there.
Gotcha.
Let me get it out. It's going to be therapeutic. It's going to be therapeutic. And in the past, we've talked about reallocating the money to the different employees. We've not done that. We've actually taken the positions and reallocated the positions to different divisions. That's what these directors have suffered through. I've seen where you said, you know what, these employees need money, to the tune that some of them got 5%, 6%, and 7% increases. But now we want to take the positions. So now I'm going to step aside and I'm going to ask the city engineering, who has one position that's been open for 18 months, talk to us about their position, Director Boleen, and how critical, because Director Boleen is one of those directors that has to augment his services with professional services.
So I'm okay with you all speaking, but if you talk as long as Councilman Carlisle, I'm gonna accidentally hit the mute button. I told them they talk as long as you're gonna accidentally hit the mute button.
Sure. Thank you for the recognition. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So the position that we have currently vacant is the Land Development Administrator. This position is a licensed engineer. It is a very difficult position to let go, simply because most of the developments that come through for improvement through the city goes through that office. So it's not for the lack of trying to acquire the personnel in, it's just to attract the individuals to be able to do that work.
Question, just because I like to jot things down, and I'm pretending to be Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, who takes great notes. How much money is allocated for that position? Is there a number, dollar amount set for it?
We'll have to get that.
Okay.
There is a budgetary dollars associated with that position. But again, the allocation that's currently for that position is not sufficient to attract the talent that we need to do that work.
Okay, all right. Next up, I feel like this is a line.
Next up, it's the Finance Division.
Walter, we heard from you, Chief Person.
Good evening again, Walter Person, Interim CFO. Relative to the open position, we in finance are kind of an umbrella for a number of entities. We do support our Office of Business Diversity and Compliance, and they roll up to us in terms of financial operations. We also support the Division of Planning and Development. And I just wanted to point that out because from time to time, and this points out the complexities of budgeting, so from time to time, these individuals may have specialized positions that do take a long time. In terms of finance, the position that I've struggled the most with relative to this issue has been the comptroller position, which is a very specialized position. We've tried to hire comptrollers. We've struggled with the competitiveness around our salary point. We've struggled with the complexities as well as the workload that's appropriate for a comptroller for a city our size. So those are some of the major drivers that we faced relative to recruiting and retaining a person in that role.
Okay, so I have a quick question, and then I'm gonna allow the line to continue. And you know I like a good argument. And I like this one, but I don't like it because it's taking a long time. I guess my question is, these positions have been available, have been open for 18 months along without being filled. Explain to me, because I don't know. I guess I'm talking to both of you all, actually. What I don't understand is if we reduce these by 10%, and let's say you find a viable candidate, is there anything preventing this body from allocating funding to increase it?
I would say, sir, that you control this body, so I don't think that there would be.
Apparently not, because Brooke is about to tell me I said something wrong.
So here's what I would say, sir. One of the things you have to consider is the recruiting. If publicly we're going to reduce the role, but then we go out and we start recruiting for the role, there's no role to recruit for. There's no money to offer the person. There's no benchmark. We have to be realistic here. If we really want to attract the role, we need, as I stated last budget season, we need the position and we need the money.
All right, to be fair, I done heard enough, y'all.
You don't need any more?
Nah. Have a seat, Chief Adams, but we get
yes,
you.
Sir.
You made a good argument. I'm gonna
and I'll say this. I understood the sentiment, so that's why we looked at reducing our part-time salary line. We wanted to comply, so what we did was we looked where in the personnel line we could reduce. So again, in being a good partner, we met you halfway, but I see our best wasn't good enough.
Not the sob story. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chief Adams, for the argument. Thank you, division directors and chiefs, for supporting Chief Adams. All right, we have 2 council members in the queue. I'm going to call on those council members, or what I would like to see happen, you remove yourself from the queue and we just take a vote on this item. All right, we're going to limit your comments. If your comments are too long, I'm going to accidentally hit the mute button. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, I know you're in the queue, man.
Thank you, Chair. My comments would not be
No, she wants to
long.
talk.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I said
she wants to talk.
Talk.
She wants to talk.
Talk.
Talk is cheap.
And bullshit is weak. We have sit in this council and talked about the pay rates and how underpaid Memphis, Tennessee is. How we don't pay people fairly for what they do. We have said that over and over and over and over again. And here we are, taking positions from very important departments and divisions. We say one thing in committee, and then you get up here and you all play a lot of games. And then we find out at the last minute, and I ask you, and just to be honest, can we just be honest? Stop playing with people's lives. This is not a chess game. Stop moving parts where you think you and your buddy, you and your partner, y'all get together and you team up together and you do things that are unrighteous and ungodly and unfair and unjust to people. And then you go behind and it's that's so unfair. That's so ugly. That's so evil. Stop it. These people need these positions. And if you pay them like they're supposed to pay, we probably get qualified, skillful people here in Memphis for these positions. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. We have a point of information from Councilwoman Issa Thomas, and are you in the queue? You got a point of information?
I got point of information.
All right, so can I remove you from the queue and just come to you? All right, Councilwoman Issa Thomas, point of information.
Thank you, Chair. So when you said vote for the item, to be clear, we're voting on motions because we're still just on one single item, which is the budget.
Well, yes, we're voting on her motion to amend. That's what we're voting on now.
Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
That's a very good point, Councilwoman Issa Thomas, because I understand. Very good point. Thank you for that. All right, we have Councilwoman Logan. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind my colleagues that we did address these issues in committee. Chief came and noted for us, they presented what they could do, and I don't know, maybe it wasn't in the manner in which it was understood, but I do recall us talking about the importance of those positions and how they could not, some of them could not be, especially in finance, that we were by law, had to have some of these positions because of a mandate by the comptroller and different areas. So I know we've talked about a lot. I know we've gone back and forth, and some of the things that we asked for, we didn't get when we asked, and they came back later and may not have understood. But I definitely don't want the public to think that they can't trust the leadership. This has been a daunting process, but I think everyone is trying, and I want to make sure that we keep that in mind. It's my understanding that the last thing that we have here was supposed to be inclusive of all those areas. I do recall Chief Adams coming to us and talking about the part-time. They cut out some of the part-times, and that was their understanding of the role that they were supposed to play in reducing those positions. So just wanted to note that for everybody. I don't think anybody has done anything intentionally or trying to mislead anyone. So we're going to continue to let level heads prevail and look at, I would like for us to read, if there are any questions about where those reductions are. I think that's a fair question. Where does this reflect the things that you asked for, as opposed to saying strike 10% of all the positions, because we don't know what the positions are, and they, might be critical to service delivery. So just wanted to put that point there, but I do appreciate everybody wanting to make certain that we bake everything into this before we stop. All righty, brevity is key. Thank you so much. I yield back, Chair.
Councilwoman Logan, I value you, and I believe that this may be the shortest line of comments you've ever made. Appreciate that. I still don't understand why the screen. So, Madam Comptroller, is there a way that we can address who the current speaker is? On my screen, it says Councilwoman Issa Thomas. I don't think Councilwoman Logan is Issa Thomas or myself.
There's something going on with the speakers. I'm going to clear them. Maybe we can stop. I don't know what to do.
Perfect. Whatever you did worked. Councilman Sposey, you're next. And then I'm going to go back to the maker of the motion. Here, give her an opportunity to see if she wants to separate the two or if she wants to withdraw the motion. But Councilman Spinoza, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a resolution to amend the operating budget as well. I understand that one's on the table. I just wanted to make sure that I.
Oh, okay. You're trying to get an opportunity.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Got you. All right. So somebody remind me that Councilman Spinoza has a motion to make or a potential amendment. All right. So Councilwoman Green, After hearing the argument, sir. Oh, so yeah, they had to clear it. So I got you back in. So Councilwoman Green, after hearing the comments, are you want to speak to this, or you have something different? Yes, sir. All right. So Councilwoman.
This and that and the other. It's time to take care of some business, okay?
I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. We talked about all of those different things. I don't know what somebody was, whenever talked about it. A lot of y'all don't be there. You walk out all the time, so you miss everything too. And I'm pointing, and I'm sorry for giving me a point. I'm going back 20-some years, because I like to let everybody know who I'm talking about. I don't want them to make no mistake. Okay? So walk out this, that, and the other. You don't know what's going on. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. We talked about all those different things. Y'all want to bring something up later. All of a sudden, to just be talking, to be seen. Listen to these people. I want y'all to remember everybody that's talking today, just to be seen and heard and not take care of nothing. I want everybody to understand that today. You know, we can visit what you want later, you know, because y'all want to bring up just to hold things up. And Councilman Spinoza, I know you getting ready to try to do something to hold something up too, you know, but I like to go back to the first motion. I'd like for her, you know, to withdraw where we can get to the real business at hand, you know, because like I said, game day over for me. I'm trying to be for real. Everybody's trying to be for real. I don't think nobody's trying to hide anything. We're trying to bring everything forth and see. 3 years ago, we should have been here. We didn't do it. And I don't want to knock the past mayor, but you know, in COVID took us way, 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 way. Money was here, money was there. Not only here, it was at everybody's house. And don't have a lot of children. Everybody got a check. That's why you can't get half these people to go to work no more. I'm just being honest with you. It was too good. But now we got to realize ARPA money is gone. We got to start all back over. You know, we were deep, deep, deep in debt. We're trying to get out of it. Other than that, we can close the whole city down and won't nobody have nothing. We can try to have something this year, and next year, things would be much better. But we need to operate this city. You know, don't nobody want to go up. I don't want to go up on no taxes for nobody. But some of y'all need to pay some of these taxes, especially the ones that's wealthy, just like what you brought. Hey, with people paying all these fees, we're going to get some slack on that. They're not going to want to, they're going to put anything to the side to make sure that they don't pay it. But hey, whatever we can bring in, let's put it back where we can address it again after this budget. Let's be for real. Because once the budget do pass, everything else, everybody that vote against gonna get all the place say, hey, they gonna look better than me trying to work with this budget. I'm just being honest, because you were in the doggone TV, media, everywhere else, trying to be seen and heard. That's all you're trying to do. But like I said, you made that statement. We talked about everything. Working on this budget, where were you? Did you really care? I'm being honest. Councilman Spinoza, I'm talking to you now. Where were you? Well, don't answer me, because I got the flow. Okay? Because you're going to be a no vote no matter what. But there's going to be a few more that's going to be no votes. But budget passed, y'all gonna be the first ones out there trying to get on the camera. Y'all laughing, but I'm serious. That's the truth. You know, I don't like camera. All y'all cameramen know, don't talk to me. Y'all already know. But they love the camera. Okay? After this budget, they want to go party. But you ain't spend no time trying to work on no budget. You know, that kind of bothers me. And you know, and since the people listening now, let me just say this. We've been working on the budget for a long time. We really didn't work on it because everybody had something else to do. We can't never accomplish nothing. Now you want to, the last moment, you want to be seen, heard, and that's kind of sad. You know, I could go on and I don't want to get upset today, but I think we need to go on and pass this budget, go further, and move on. Let all these city employees get their raises where they can go and, hey, go home and take some to their families. And especially, you know, something I don't want to do now. I told y'all I don't want to be black. We've been neglected a long time. Black folk. I come from, and I'm old, so I know. And you know, I don't have any animosity against black, white, blue, or green. Everybody's the same to me. But you know, some folks, it's a different story. You know, I've been where, and you know, maybe I could have what some of my colleagues have if I didn't help people. I believe in it's about people. You know, it's not about yourself. You know, because a lot of us that's here is about whatever we can get over on. Okay? I'm just being honest with y'all today. And, you know, I'm just for real. You know, I've been here once before. But you know what? When budget time came around, we had a lot of differences. All of the council members, the black members and the white members. But when it came down to the city of Memphis, you were here. Business was business. We were all on what? Same accord. I mean, you've been here when I was here before. But we were on the same accord when it came down to the city of Memphis. Okay? But I look at it now, it's a different story. It's about, hey, I'm here for right now, but once I get, then I can go on about my business and I really don't care about anything, okay? But I'm gonna be quiet, but I'm ready to vote for what we have here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Spinoza, the floor is yours. And council members, don't get in the... I mean, that's right. Thank you for getting me together.
You got to vote on hers, then I'm going to bring up... Yeah.
Thank you for getting me together. You're absolutely correct, Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Green, where are you? Would you like a vote on your item?
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. And I just want to say to everyone up here that I believe everyone on this council is here for the right reasons. I don't question anyone's motives or their work ethic. I believe everyone up here is working hard. And I know I have. And one of these resolutions was mine. And again, I think the police director did talk to us about it, but we did not talk about the other divisions. And the other resolution, which was about ARPA funding, I still haven't had anyone talk to us about, other than I was told that a lot of it had to go to reentry services, and they didn't want to cut that, which I, of course, have been a champion for, you know, as a former public defender. I also have a constituency. And lest anyone think that I live in some rich, enclave in East Memphis and don't get out into the community, please understand District 2 represents Cordova and Hickory Hill as well. And I believe it is my duty here as a Memphian to fight for all of us to have a better Memphis. You know, Councilwoman Pearl Eva Walker always says Team Memphis. I'm Team Memphis too. And part of what we have been—
I say one Memphis, not Team Memphis.
Hold on, come on. All
What
right,
we
keep
have
going.
always been doing up here is talking about people holding account. We have clearly uncovered multiple times when the past administration and the past council have due diligence. And so I am trying to do my due diligence, which is to say, if we have jobs that have been open for 18 months, do we actually need them? And I'm not saying which ones need to be cut. I believe the administration could figure that out. And I didn't ask for all of them to be cut. I said 10%. The same with ARPA funding. We have said over and over again, the COVID money is out. It is gone. And if we continue to budget like it is still there, we are going to bankrupt this city. And so I'll happily withdraw my motions today because the intentions of this council are clear. But I want you to understand my motives. Chief, if my motions are getting strong, understand that I am talking to people in the community. I am out at neighborhood association meetings, at events, in police stations, in fire stations. I am talking to people about what they're experiencing out there, and they're saying, please don't raise my taxes. I don't know how I'm gonna afford it. I'm a retiree. I'm already on a limited income. They're saying, I'm a renter. I know my rent is gonna go up and I can't afford it. They're saying, you know what? Crime is already so bad in this city, I can't afford to move and I'm going to. They're saying, I own a small business and it's a brick and mortar and this is gonna make it hard for me to operate my business. So I am trying to do everything I can to keep those people, their talents, their children in Memphis. That's what I'm working towards. I'm not working against you, I'm working with you. And I thought our ask was reasonable. And I apologize if I didn't think that you telling me it wasn't included in your budget wasn't a full explanation. But I would trust you to figure out if it's 120 positions, that's 2 positions throughout the whole city government that have been open for over 18 months that we could get rid of. But since this body doesn't seem to want to go any further, and they're fine with the tax rate being what it is, I want you to know that I've done my part to fight for those who've been asking me not to raise their taxes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. All right, Councilwoman White. Councilman Ford, are you in the queue? I can't tell. All right, so you're not in the queue. My apologies. Let me remove you. All right, so Councilman Spinoza, the floor is yours. Councilwoman Green has withdrew her motion. She withdrew it.
Withdrawn. She's withdrawn.
And did I forget anything? So Councilwoman Green has withdrew her motion. Now, Councilman Spinoza was in the queue. Councilman Spinoza, the floor is yours. Please speak into the mic, council members. Hold on. Your mic is muted. I'm sorry.
Regala is going to pass out a final last-ditch effort after putting in a lot of time. And I want to thank every single council member, including you, Councilman Ford, for bringing forth what I think was the best and most well-organized budget I've seen. And that includes, like, when you look at the administration's budget. So thank you for bringing that to us. And I've enjoyed working with everybody through this, but it's been wildly frustrating, and I'm going to try to refrain from cussing today as we wind this thing down. But this is a last-ditch effort, and I want to thank you all for voting yes on the $20 million cut that we had during hearings. And I want to add this, and I would I hope everybody would please sincerely consider this motion, okay? So what you see before you, and I'm asking the administration to do this, and I think you'll probably agree to this. The attrition line, which has been a much complicated and discussed line from the previous administration, you guys have it listed at 5.7%, correct? Chairman, would you mind to have
Chief
Antonio,
Adams, could you,
Chief Adams.
come and try to provide, Chief Adams and Chief Person come and try to provide responses to Councilman Espinoza and make sure the administration has copies of the resolution that's being passed out, as well as the members of the media.
If I could get a copy of the resolution, that would help me to be a little more intelligent about answering any questions.
Yeah, thank you. And again, the way this budget process is going, I waited until today because there were so many moving parts to it. So again, this is like a real request. I can assure you, well, I'll refrain from saying that. But so what you see in front of you is an ask to adjust the attrition line. The administration has 5.7% in the budget. I have down here to add 3.5%, okay? So the intent of the council that the funds allocated to the attrition line, item number 051901, be adjusted by 3.5% to reflect the amount of a negative $58,954,898. I'm asking the body to consider this. And what that will do is give us $19,600,000 to be taken off the tax rate. So we'll reduce it by 14 cents. And then the remaining amount of $2,697,000, $2,697,574 be applied to general services and earmarked to specifically buy MPD patrol vehicles. That's the ask, and I would humbly ask you all to consider that.
Thank you, Councilman Espinoza. Councilman Espinoza, can you move it? And then can we get a second? And then I'm gonna go to the administration can you move it electronically? Moved by Councilman Espinoza, seconded by Dr. Warren. I think council members take a minute to digest the resolution to amend our operating budget. I'm just going to read it for general public, and then I'm going to go to Chief Person and Chief Adams to kind of explain what we're looking at. And thank you, Councilman Espinoza, for working hard to find ways to reduce costs. So I'm gonna read the last, I'm gonna read it all. Whereas the mayor submitted to the council of the city of Memphis on April 9, 2024, a recommended operating budget and capital improvement program budget for fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. And whereas the budget committee of the council has held meetings and thoroughly reviewed the recommended operating and capital improvement program budgets and will make approved revisions thereto. And whereas the council has identified a need for funds to be allocated and managed responsibly in a way that best serves the city of Memphis and significantly contributes to its growth and development. And whereas it is the intent of the council that the funds allocated to the attrition line, item 051901, be adjusted by 3.5% to reflect the amount of negative $58,954,898. $898. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby amends the operating for fiscal year 25 by adjusting attrition rate from negative $36,657,324 to $58,954,898, resulting in lowering of the personal expenses by $22,297,574 effective upon approval of this resolution, and to be incorporated into ordinance 5903, an ordinance of the city of Memphis adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2004, sponsored Councilman Espinoza. So I'm gonna ask two questions to make it plain for the people of Memphis. I would say be brief, but I don't think it's possible when you're dealing with the level of complexities that this requires. So one, explain attrition, and then 2, talk about the effect of this resolution on the budget, and also, so attrition, briefly explain attrition to either chief, and then talk about the effect of this resolution. And then hopefully we can be in a position to sum up all the budget changes, and then, so we know where we are, and then cast a vote. That's the goal. So chief person, the floor is yours, and then Adam, y'all can toss it back and forth to each other. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilman Espinoza, for
Yes, sir.
Issuing this resolution.
Hey, and thank you too, by the way, for hard work. I'm serious, thanks.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the collaborative effort that we've all experienced and demonstrated. With attrition, and we start getting into kind of an academic approach to accounting. So attrition is a mathematical formula to try to estimate the impact of vacancies, retirements, absences, prolonged absences within a workforce. And what it is a negative amount that negatively impacts your personnel salaries. So if you think about it from an operations standpoint, you may have $100,000 worth of employees, and you have a funding line that pays for that $100,000 worth of employees. But you know over time, you're gonna have people come and go. You're gonna have people that retire, get another job. A variety of things may happen. That may result in any given time, maybe out of that 10, say, employees, you're only gonna have really 8. And because you're gonna have fluctuations with people coming and going, you're gonna have that vacancy space. And so what attrition tends to do is reduce your personnel line to account for those vacancies. And what this proposal will do is to reduce the amount of personnel expenses we have, with the suggestion being that instead of $36 million worth of vacancies over the next fiscal year, we'll experience close to $60 million worth of vacancies, which is a pretty substantial increase. And what that has, how that impacts us is, unless we have $60 million worth of vacancies, we will under budget for our employee base. That means our divisions will not be able to fully fund the employees that they have on staff unless they have this large amount of vacancies over time. Now, if you look back at our previous budget, you'll see that last year we funded attrition at about almost $54 million. And one of the things that you're seeing this year that has been alluded to by several council people, I think I remember Councilwoman Green most specifically focusing on how frustrated she was with the fact that we have been consistently under budgeted.
Walter, real quick, if you don't mind, I think it would be important to explain, and I appreciate you explaining it like that. The previous administration had attrition as like a floating. You want to explain that as well, how the previous administration did it a different way? And I agree, I like the way that you all are doing it on the front end as like a FIFO versus a LIFO, to use an accounting term. But the personnel, which I've agreed with, that your personnel expense has gone up as well. We've all agree on that. All I'm asking is that we raise it not even as much, because I'm taking some out and putting it into general services for police vehicles. So there is a difference between the way the previous administration did it, and I like the way that y'all are doing it. But if managed properly, we should be good with this small increase.
Well, so let me speak, and then I'm gonna allow you opportunity to speak. So we're at 7:07. We're not the county commission. We're getting to the point that we're gonna take a vote here soon. We're not going to cut people off. And going forward, he gave an excellent explanation for, and I understand what Councilman Espinoza is attempting to do, because the administrations have handled this budget process completely different. And I do believe that this council appreciates the way that the transparency and this administration's attempt to try to get us information as promptly as they could, although it's been frustrating at times, we understand the predicament that you all are in. And I don't think this council looks negatively upon this administration. To be very frank, and I tell this to everyone, I truly appreciate this administration and how y'all operate and I believe in candor. And what y'all present to us, y'all truly believe that it's in the best. We may disagree, but I truly believe you all. So I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm gonna let Councilman Espinoza respond. Hopefully, there's a couple other council members in the queue, I believe, unless it was an accident again, and then we're gonna try to take a vote, okay? All right, so please finish explaining. I'm not sure if Chief Person was.
Well, I'll wind it up by just simply saying that when you look at it, you're talking about a $22 million increase. And unless we have that requisite level of increase in our absentees, vacancies, and so forth, we're gonna be under budgeted, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
So explain under budget.
We're back here. We're back here again at Q4, doing the same thing again. All right. We did this last year, June 13th. You brought $7 million for fire. You had $9 million in personnel for police. You had general services back here again last year in 2023. Now we're back here again. This year in general services, we were able to adjust their budget, but we had to ask you to budget just for attrition. $3 million of attrition, and they only started out with $1 million of vacancies. Wait. Public Works had $3 million of attrition and did not have that much in vacancies.
Mm-hmm. The way that it was done before
hold up.
snowballed.
This is
y'all
where
are
we're
doing
not,
it differently and doing it the right way.
Councilman Espinoza.
I mean, and I hear you, but if it
all right,
grows
so I'm
beyond-
going to hold this gavel up, and this is what we're not going to do. When the chair speaks, we're going to respect the chair. Well, I'm just going to mute everybody, and then we're just going to take a vote. And I will act like no one's talking. So this is what we're not going to do. We're going to allow Chief Adams to finish his comments. And I have a question whenever you finish. Yeah. But could you incorporate the answer to my question in your responses? My question is, and I think this is where you're getting, and I'm just trying to make it simple for everyone, because we're talking high level, and you're losing me at some point. Do you believe if the council votes for this, and I want Councilman Espinoza to end it because this is his proposal. If we vote for this, do you believe that we will, a year from now, we'll be back here pulling money from the unassigned fund balance? I don't know the answer to that question.
It is likely. It is very likely that will happen. And I will say to you as well, the full-time salary lines will look akin to what Councilman Ford Canale mentioned in committee, where attrition is net against your full-time salary lines, because you have to account for attrition in your personnel line.
Okay, thank you, Chief Adams. Thank you, Chief Person. I'm going to return it back to the maker of the motion, but we do have Councilman Warren in the queue. I think he has a question.
Thank you.
Do you want Councilman Warren to speak, Councilman Espinoza, or do you want to go ahead and close this?
I'll just finish, and I'll say thank you. We've talked about this so much. And again, I want the people in the audience to know, or at least the employees that are here, this is, you all dealt with the snowball of attrition, the way that the previous administration handled it from an accounting standpoint. You all have adapted and adjusted and put it on the front end, which I appreciate that. Like, I do. And I'm asking for what I think is a reasonable and fair ask. And I think that the way that y'all are going to manage this and the way that we're all going to hold everyone accountable, including ourselves and each other, as we work through year 1 of 4, if there's anything that comes up in this, we're certainly going to have money in the fund balance based off of the tax increase that we're taking on. So I'm just asking the council members to please humbly consider this. It's a reasonable ask. And one other thing just to note, the amount of $22,297,000, that is not all going to personnel, because I've pulled out $2,697,574 to go to general services specifically for police vehicles. So a humble ask of the peer council members. I'd appreciate your vote. And thank you, administration, for the conversation and for all the hard work.
All right, so thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Thank you, Chief Adams. Please don't go too far. Or Chief Person, just be close, brother. Dr. Warren, I know you're in the queue. Hold on, let me get your mics out. I muted everybody because my bad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we look at this, I guess my question is, politically, we've got one chance to actually start to invest in Memphis. And this is the best year that we've got if we're going to raise taxes and get funds and fund our city. So if we put this in, and at the end of next year, we're $30 million down in June, are the people who want to vote for this now going to vote for a tax increase again to fill the hole? So, as much as I think it's a good thing, I really don't know that we've got enough expertise, at least I don't have enough expertise, to see if this attrition rate that you brought is correct. So if you could tell me why you chose that over what the administration did.
Absolutely.
And give me some sort of thought process, I'd like to know that.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. A natural, normal attrition rate, if you were to look it up, municipalities is around 10%. The Strickland administration had it at 9.2%. So being cognizant and aware of the administration and the council, I think they've undershot it at 5.2%.
But at 9.2% last year, we ended up having all these other departments that had attrition rates that were too high, and we had to pay $30 million out of general fund this year.
Right, but it was a snowball effect of years of the administration piling it on as they did, and we've all had to deal with that. They piled it on for 8 years. And we're not doing that here anymore. So it shouldn't be an issue.
So let me.
Let me.
Go ahead, Dr. Warren. Go ahead, because I'm still trying to. So I want either one of y'all can answer this question. I appreciate the dialogue between you two, but I don't understand about this current proposal. So Chief Adams said that we'll be potentially pulling out of the fund balance, and then what you just said is, this has been years of continuing to increase the attrition line item, which led us to the place that we are in, which isn't the best. That's the nicest way that I can put it. What's different about what the previous administration did that led us here than what you're proposing now? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I would like for the administration to tell us the difference in the way that you're accounting for attrition versus the way they did it in the past.
And this is me just trying to figure it out because this vote
I still have the floor though, right?
Are you? So the floor is going back to Dr. Warren.
Yeah.
But, and I just want to, this vote is really important, Council.
Yeah.
So I want you to just listen to what's being said and make an informed decision, because hate to echo Councilman Carlisle because he feels good when I say his name, but if we mess up, it can have dire consequences. So Chief Adams.
So Chief, I guess my question is, what would be an increase in this sort of attrition rate that you think would be reasonable based on where you are? And if so, why would you think you could make an increase and why couldn't you? Why is this scary to us right now?
So we believe that this is the highest attrition rate that's reasonable for the administration. Here are the factors that we consider. We have, in the police division, we have reduced the funding, not the vacancy, of over 300 positions. So you don't have those vacancies, those funded vacancies now to go back and capture for that. We have adjusted in those divisions to true up overtime spending. One of the things that we are going to do is we are going to exercise much more discipline with regard to overtime. You will see that overtime has been increased in the divisions as well, throughout each division. So overtime will be exercised with a lot more discipline and restraint. So those are two important factors that really affect this attrition.
Thank you, Chief. So it sounds like that, Councilman Spencer, it sounds like perhaps, I was waiting. It sounds like perhaps what they're saying is, I think maybe you prepared this in a way that it might have been better in the past administration. And I think none of us want to see $30 million. Worst case scenario, you're right. At the end of next year, we've got more money to put in the general fund and to do other things. And then we can think about, we're coming up on a debt cliff. What can we do about a tax refund if that's the time that we can do it and balance the budget? So I'm looking at, they got 2 years to make it through. So I would think that we don't want to do this now, but we need to look and see how their accounting actually works for a year before we decide to move. So I appreciate your thought, but I would recommend that we don't do it for that reason. Thank you.
Councilman Canale, and then if Councilman Ford wants to speak, I'll come back to him. But Councilman Canale, I know you have a question. And let me get your mic on. Go ahead.
Chief Adams, I know that you mentioned it, and I missed part of what you said, I'm sorry, but historically we've used attrition to plug the overtime hole. And we budgeted $40 million roughly for overtime in fiscal year 24, but we're projected to spend about $72 million, and have projected $54 million spend in FY 25, but likely to spend more than that. I mean, if we're being realistic, if we're not going to drop $17 million, $18 million when we have an understaffed police force and a pretty high attrition rate with the fire department. So is it safe to say that that could be where that equals out in the end?
Say that again. I mean, run the numbers again.
From what Councilman Spinoza is saying, with the attrition, he thinks that the attrition should be higher, the rate. We're going to spend $72 million in overtime in FY24, but only budgeted 40. Some of the attrition we plugged in, other we had to take out of the unassigned, like we did today for the police department. We only projected $54 million overtime spend in 25. It's highly unlikely that it's going to drop $18 million from FY24. So the attrition rate from the administration projected lower than what Councilman Spinoza is saying would be used to plug that hole.
So you're going to also net your attrition. Don't forget, you start out netting your attrition at the beginning of the year with against your full-time salary. So you don't have your vacancies to capture your overtime. So we think and believe, after talking to the division directors, we have trued up our overtime.
Okay, well, that's good news. If you think that we can drop it by, $18 million, and that, I think that's great. But is it wishful thinking?
I'm not going to say it's wishful thinking. It's our goal and our target.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Dr. Warren. And I guess I'm mute happy today. I muted myself. Thank you, Councilman Canale. Councilman Ford, would you like to speak? I'm going to go back to the maker of the motion. Hold on, let me unmute you.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
I've been shut out every time. I have to keep putting my name up there for some reason. This right here, very clever, what you got. Is what we just got, very clever. But hey, we don't want to be where we are today, next year, standing here. Because like I said, with the budget that we're trying to pass today, I don't want nobody coming back for until the next term, when people gonna run again. I don't want to be out here arguing about, hey, we forgot this, we forgot that. You know, very clever, sound good, but like my colleague just said, but what? Okay, Chief, you kept saying it's a funding. and vacancies. Explain that to some of them sometime. What's the difference, okay? Put numbers down that don't mean anything because you don't know. We're not gonna know today. No way in the world he don't know. Like I said, very clever. It's not time to be clever. I'm just being honest with you. I like you, but please, I'm through. It's time to vote this down and let's get to where we're going.
All right, thank you, Councilman Ford. All right.
I got one more thing.
Oh, I was getting ready to meet
I
you.
really got one more thing because I'm having a flashback from this morning. And everybody don't want me to say, you made a statement this morning and I really didn't like it, okay? You talking about what, vote this, that, and the other. You should have kept that to yourself. You should have went out, took you a little drink, come on back. But what you said was very insulting to me. And if any black person, it
all
should
right.
have been insulting to them.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that,
Thank you.
and you're
Thank you.
still trying to insult me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. All right, so I'm going to make a general statement, and if you want to be mad at Councilman Smiley, I don't really care. So going forward, we won't address any particular person in a demeaning way. That goes for general audience members. That also goes to the council. We're going to respect each other today. That's just where we're going to be. We can have a difference of opinion, and I'm going to pick on Chief Adams because he has thick skin. I appreciate Chief Adams, one, because he makes sound arguments, but two, because he understands how to disagree with me, but to do it in a very respectful way. I respect Mayor Young, because he can disagree with me, but he's going to do it in a very respectful manner. I think going forward, we all have to be mindful that reasonable minds can disagree, but that's a part of the process. We have to develop thick skin and try to find ways to not be offended just because someone doesn't agree with us. The council didn't agree with me earlier today. I was trying to put $3 million to MSS. The council didn't agree. We went to $1 million to MSS, and it's okay. It's okay for folks to disagree with you. Nothing wrong with that. We do not know everything. People have the right to disagree. That's the beauty of our country. All right, I'm done talking. It appears that everyone's out the queue. I'm gonna go back to the maker of the motion, see what he wants to do, if he wants to go forward with the vote. We're gonna call special item number, I have no idea what number we're on. Number 2, that's correct. Councilman Espinoza, the floor is yours. What would you like a vote on this item? We're going to take a vote on a special item number 2. Madam Comptroller, prepare the screens on special item number 2. After this, we're going to go to the main motion, which is the budget. All right, council members, please prepare your screen to vote. I went back and forth.
Yes, he does.
All right.
Kennelly, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, no. Easter Thomas, no. Ford, no. Green, yes. Logan, no. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, no. Walker, no. White, no. Warren, no. Chairman Smiley, no.
This item fails, and I just want to make a general comment. I voted against this particular motion, not because because there was anything I thought to be wrong with the proposed motion. I voted against this particular item because, for me, I wasn't comfortable voting because I do not know the financial impact it could potentially have on the city of Memphis. I just think it was incredibly tough to talk about playing with the budget at the rate of about 20 to 30 million, and I just don't know what happens if we do that. And I don't want to end back here again where we're pulling money out of the fund balance and potential a very eager comptroller could come knocking on our door. So I'm concerned, but I do like to note that I do believe Councilman Spinoza heart was in the right place. All right, so we're back to the main motion. I think Councilman Carlisle's in the queue, and I was literally going to ignore you. Go ahead, Councilman Carlisle, go ahead. Oh, your mic's not on? My apologies.
Mr. Chairman, I moved the previous question. Do I have a second?
Second. So is there, hold up. No, okay. Canelli's messing with me. All right, the question's been moved as amended. This is item number 33, the budget ordinance to include all of the amendments, salaries. Madam Comptroller, you know what to do. Including the CIP and budget amendments.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilman Carlisle.
So colleagues, just really quickly before this, just to be very clear and transparent, because I don't want to mess this up. We are voting on a motion to ratify the operating and capital improvement budgets as amended, and they are reflected on the back of this document, setting the tax rate, which we're about to take a second vote, so don't get confused. We're gonna take a second vote on a resolution once this one goes on the ordinance. But this will set the tax rate, or rather, this will increase the tax rate from $2.71 up 0.49376 cents, which is out to the really far into the, was that the thousandth, 10 thousandths? So anyway, I just want to be abundantly clear about which ordinance you are voting on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Councilwoman Brooke Hyman is lecturing us today. All right, council members. Can we get a point of information? All right, coming in hot, Councilwoman White, and hold up, everybody's muted, my apologies. Councilwoman White.
No wonder I couldn't hear myself. So I just wanted to be clear that what we have before us now, does it include all of the impasse items that we voted on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I got.
Yep.
So starting July 1.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that again, just for the public. The question was, does this document include all the, quote, impasse hearings? The specific technical is the body hears, the mayor proposed raises of 3%. The Memphis City, the collective bargaining units that represent their groups got to impasse. They wanted 5%. They couldn't come to an agreement. The Memphis City Council sided with the collective bargaining units to raise salaries by 5%. So there was an increase from the original proposed budget to this budget by roughly $13 million. That was the question, and that's the answer. I just wanted it to be out there.
Wait, because he's looking at me like, he said just vote. Okay, Attorney Wade, I'm sorry. Council members just trying to be abundantly clear on what we're voting on. All right, y'all. Yes, all right, Madam Comptroller. The answer is yes, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Madam Comptroller, hold up. We have a couple comment cards, and I have to find them in the middle of our mess, and I'm muting everybody again. Too much side chatter. Charles Blinkley, the floor, 2 minutes on the clock. Charles, are you still here? Going once? All right. Charles, we're moving on from you. My apologies. Mr. Kent, 2 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours, good sir.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. Besides yours, blame the corporate social justice complex in Chamber, Memphis Tomorrow, FedEx, and NCRM for this catastrophic fiscal liberal, inefficient, failed budget season. And you know the elitists owe you $1.5 billion. They should pay it. Stay out of local government affairs. They are failures. I was the only one that called for an activation of the civil defense system when Blackjack said he was going to spend more time on public affairs. It's really clean up for the budget chair. Your budget chair failed you and the public. He is responsible for not implementing budget safeguards during a transition year regarding oversight of your pressing duty per the budget chair in appropriations. And he furthered that during the budget season.
All right, Mr. Kent, so we're not going to make personal comments.
I said budget chair.
My meeting, we're not going to make personal comments. So if your comments aren't particularly pointed at a particular council members, I would allow them, but we're just not going to do that.
No. I'm going down the list of what happened this budget season.
Do it again. I'm going to mute your mic. Continue. If you do it again, I'm just going to mute your mic and you'll be done. Go ahead.
Okay. So this budget season, we just wasted a lot of time, and that was put on the record by the District 6 representative. We had canceled meetings. We had all kinds of stuff. It's a fake budget season. It's a fake budget. It's not even noticed, okay? Now, the comptroller was mentioned a bunch of times. I'm not sure that he can read or he can figure. If not, he is willfully neglectful, as the proclaimed state public money cop only has 2 people out of 2 people deployed here in Memphis, where there's 600 deployed across the state. So we're not getting state public money cop oversight here on public money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. That is the last comment card. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for the vote? Council members, this item is moved with, I have no other card. Are you Charles?
Excuse me, I submitted a card.
I don't have a card.
Well, your folks didn't process it. I submitted a card.
What I will note is I don't have a card. No card with name. Your name is not Charles. So.
This needs to be fixed. That's another thing needs to be fixed.
Brittany, do we have a comment card from Mr. Lynch? All right, so Madam Comptroller, I just don't have a comment card. I'm sorry, Mr. Lynch. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Council members, if you're not seated,
Council members,
please
please cast your votes for item number 33.
What?
Are we good? So this is on the main motion.
So to point of information, this is on the main, item 33, this is the main motion. This is, council members, please cast your votes. Council members, we're about to go live. Has every council member voted?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the votes are Canale, no. Carlisle, no. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, no. Logan, yes. Spinoza, no. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, no.
Council, you have passed your first budget. This item passes. All right, gotta unmute you, sir, because everyone's muted. Go ahead, Councilman Carlisle.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that this item be adopted with same night minutes. I'm sorry.
It was already done. It was already done with same night minutes.
We had a mistake once last year.
That is fair. All right, council members.
The tax fixing resolution.
It's number 41. I said same 9 minutes in my comments at least I believe I said it in my comments. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 31. I think it's 31.
Item number 31 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicles and traffic, to authorize the city court clerk's office to accept partial payments for traffic citations. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5906 is sponsored by Councilwoman Green.
All right, council members, is anyone in the queue regarding this particular item? Well,
hold on, I got to move it.
Councilman Carlisle.
Mr. Chairman, the committee met recommends approval, and I so move.
Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. Is anybody in the queue on this particular item? No one's in the queue. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Point of information from Councilwoman Easter Thomas before we vote. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, please let me unmute you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I thought this ends at June 30th. What's the date, applicable date on this ordinance? Because I thought it was over.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Green.
So we did a resolution to have amnesty period run from May 21st to June 31st. This gives us the ability to do this anytime we want to again. So every year, if we want to have an amnesty period, we can. So this ordinance puts that in place.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
You're right.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, thank you, Councilwoman Green. Doesn't appear to anybody. Council members, please cast your vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, no. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, no. Swearingen Washington, no. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes. Please show Councilmember Walker as voting yes, and please show Walker is voting no on this item, and Easter Thomas is voting yes.
Item 31. All right, thank you. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 35?
Item number 35 is a resolution for City Treasurer to prepare 2024 tax bills for state-assessed properties, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the Finance Division. And may I also add same-night minutes on this item as well.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle, you recognize? Councilman Carlisle, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, sent this down, and now I'll move it to the floor. And it's Dr. Warren's my second. Mr. Chairman, I'd move to amend to reflect the fiscal year 2025 tax and budget ordinance, setting the tax rate at, I need a calculator. Excuse me, Chairman.
We got you. I'm being patient. We've been here. We can be patient.
376. Thank you. At $3.91. It would be the 3.19. Sorry, $3.19 would be the amendment as required by basically by our charter. So this is a mechanical vote that basically serves notice to the tax assessor's, or not the tax assessor's office, our taxing office to send out the tax bills. Whew, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It might have been a struggle for you. All right, is there anybody in the queue? Councilwoman White, you're in the queue, please. You're recognized. Let me please unmute you. Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
And brevity is the word for the hour. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that in terms of the tax increase, I know that we've all gotten phone calls, emails about whether to or whether to not raise taxes. And one thing for sure is that we inherited a situation that we did not expect, and we started this year off at a deficit. And that means that we had more expenditures for this year than we had revenues. So starting off, we knew we were at a deficit, and the mayor told us that, and he proposed a tax increase of 75 cents. On May 21st, 2024, we came here and we had to vote on unions and represented employees as to whether or not to grant raises. This body unanimously granted those raises, and it was stated several times by our budget chair, Chase Carlisle, again by Councilman Warren, and again by myself. It was reiterated that increases to salary equaled a tax raise unless we came up with almost $53 million in cuts. So every person on this body, and I think the only one who didn't vote was Chase Carlisle, voted for these raises. And so that meant a tax increase. We have worked diligently to get that number down, but we have to invest in order to be able to see the better Memphis that we want. I hope that everyone now feels that we've reached a good compromise because we really have worked hard on this budget. And as Chase Carlisle said earlier, when we had to approve that previous item this morning, we do it maybe in protest, but we do it knowing that we have to do it because we have a responsibility to produce a balanced budget, and that's what we've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. Any other council members in the queue to speak on this particular item? Seeing there are none, Madam Control, well. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do going forward. We're gonna limit all comments for 2 minutes. Because it's a motion to limit all comments for 2 minutes, second by Councilman Carlisle. Any members objecting to the limit all comments to 2 minutes going forward? No objection. We'll limit all comments to 2 minutes, even of council members. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours, ma'am. All right, so Madam Controller, please prepare the screen for a vote. And this,
Like Ford said. Canali, no. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, no. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, no.
all right, this item passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that item to be also ensured that's included with same 9 minutes, but I think Val read it out that way.
Absolutely, there's a
Yes, thank you.
Same 9 minutes.
Same 9 minutes. Appears there are no objections. This item has successfully passed by this body with same 9 minutes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 36? Carlisle, you recognize as soon as she's done.
Item number 36 is a resolution to increase the maximum income for qualifying seniors' property tax freeze to $60,000 per year. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilman Carlisle, you're automatically recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move. Thank you.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. There is a council member from District 7 in the queue. Council member from District 7. 2 minutes on the clock.
Don't clock me. Point of information, so is the $60,000 per individual or per household?
Great question.
I know.
It's an administration. I mean, I was just waiting on Chief Adams to come give us the answer. Or Chief Person.
That's all I want to know. Per household or per person?
Chief Person, the floor is yours.
It's based on the property.
So it sounds like per household as opposed to per person.
Right.
So per whoever, all the people in the household or all the seniors in the household?
Well, it's based on your age, your income.
But let's say
I'm
you
sorry,
got a
here's
senior
my
couple.
treasurer, he'll give you the.
Okay, so let's say you got a senior couple, Mr. and Mrs. Jones. Is it Mr. and Mrs. Jones, $60,000, or is it one of them?
All household income is included. So it's $60,000 per household.
Okay,
Total income and household.
total income.
Yes.
And that includes Social Security benefits,
It does.
all of that? Okay, is that defined by state law? Is that the number that we have to do per anything in the state?
It is, and the state will automatically adjust that based on Social Security increases.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Easton Thomas, the administration satisfy your inquisitiveness? All right, we appreciate you. All right, appears I'm wrong. 2 minutes, I will mute people. Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
Yes.
Hold up, you're muted. I gotta unmute you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could possibly have administration bring us back the economic effect of this. I think currently this is at 45,000. We're going to 60,000. People say this is going to be a small hit on the revenue. I would like to know a general idea how much hit this will be by going 45 to 60. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Name and address. I'm just.
Would you like that? Lakeith Miller, 125 North Main, City Treasurer. There is no physical impact. Whatever you pass today will not impact the budget for the upcoming year because it won't begin until next year. So the state will not allow us to implement it in the current year. It has to go into effect the next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's no physical impact.
But when it comes, let us know, okay?
Okay, sure. So for current, there are 5,482 participants currently. They receive a $206,000 abatement. That will go to,
The answer to Dr. Warren's question, according to staff, is in the budget responses book that I think Chief Adams or Chief person prepared. Somebody prepared it that works at City Hall. We have the answers to the questions.
Yeah, okay.
We already have the answers to the questions. Thank you, Goods. Staff, can we make sure Dr. Warren gets those answers? Because I do think those answers are very important as we make decisions going forward. Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. Councilwoman Easton answered my questions, yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easton Thomas. She did good today. No one else is in the queue. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Green, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes. Please show Councilmember Espinosa also is voting yes.
Madam Comptroller, this item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 37?
Item number 37 is a resolution to amend the FY24 operating budget in the amount of $1,975,000 to fund the city's portion for the Memphis Sports Authority to be funded from the City of Memphis fund balance. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, recommends approval. I'm still showing 30. Yeah, I still have 36 on the screen, but it's all right. They recommends approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. Everybody's clear. Madam Comptroller.
One quick question, Mr.
Councilman
Chairman.
Espinosa, are you in the queue? Hold on, you're muted. Let me unmute you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, this was a good surprise for us, correct? It's not coming out of the emergency fund. This was.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Councilman Carlisle.
I won't put words in your mouth or classify whether it's a good surprise or not, but instead of this coming out of unassigned fund balance, the prior CFO took the position that this, and I agree, is that this money was identified to come out of the assigned fund balance.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
That is correct. That was something we worked on together, correct, Walter? Yeah, okay.
Councilman Espinosa, thank you.
Yes, sir. We found that together one day in your office. I was pretty excited about that. Yeah, thank you.
No, we're not clapping. Let's give Councilman Espinosa a thumbs up. But, we do appreciate the work you have put in with the administration. I know Chief Person is ready not to talk to us for a while. Councilwoman Swearinger Washington said the chief person needs a vacation, Mr. Mayor. Not advocating either way. Just saying it's budget neutral. All right, Madam Comptroller. Do we vote on it? Madam, could you prepare the screen for a vote? Just prepare this.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, abstained. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
All right, this item passes. The Honorable Mayor Young would like to address this body. I know, but I'm just gonna get it out. Honorable Mayor Young, you don't have 2 minutes. Talk however long you want to talk.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. But I just want to say thank you to this body. I know that this has been a very, very difficult budget season. Many of us are first time in these specific positions. And we came into a situation where we had to make some very, very difficult decisions. I understood the political challenges of proposing a tax increase. I knew that this was not going to be easy. But when I ran, when you all ran, we all committed to do what we believe is best for the residents of Memphis. And everywhere I go, in every room that I'm in, people are asking us to do more. And we have to be real about the financial position that we're in. In order for us to be able to deliver more, we needed more resources. And this budget allows us to do it. Now the pressure is on us. For the past 6 months, we've been operating on a budget that was done before we were in these roles. And so we inherited everything that we walked into, right or wrong, good or bad. We inherited it. Now it's all on us. I feel that pressure, and my commitment to you all and this community is to deliver. Now we have to execute. The budget process is done. The votes have been cast. The budget is what it is. The people are being asked to pay more, and so we have to deliver more. And so that's my commitment. That's the commitment of this administration, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you as we get Memphis where we want it to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm about to channel my inner Carlisle. It's not. All right. Thank you, Mayor Young. Let's call item 38 for former Chief Ryan has a fit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 38 is a resolution approving Downtown Memphis Commission's FY25 budget. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met recommends approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. There are no comments, but we do have one comment. Request card. Brandy Price, please come to the mic. 2 minutes on the clock. Name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Brandy Price. I live at 6571 Stockport Cove at 38141. I am here to tell y'all to reconsider this budget for downtown as the rest of the city is being ignored. The rest of the city is being ignored, and we keep asking ourselves, why is there so much crime when we won't address the poverty for everybody else? And meanwhile, we are sending $9 million to fund a genocide per year in Israel. And meanwhile, we have extreme corruption in the judicial system in Shelby County and Tennessee. State and federal court judges have acted in concert with public and private businesses to block pro se litigants in lawsuits. This is an epidemic that affects people of color who try to represent themselves in court. Those judges involved have stripped us of our constitutional right, thereby committing federal crimes in violation of 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy against rights, and 18 U.S.C. 242, deprivation of rights, crimes of which the DOJ has ignored. And I just also want to convey to people that we've gathered evidence on public officials such as certain congressmen and county commissioners and other public officials who have committed violations 39-16-402, official misconduct, and 39-16-403, official oppression. These violations also fall under the same violations, and it needs to be addressed. We've gone to the media, but there's been an extreme effort by the media to cover up these crimes, and they need to be addressed before we send more money downtown, building up instead of outward, where people are needed, and so on, where people need resources to live so they don't commit that crime. But meanwhile, we got public officials committing crime, and I just want to say this, since y'all like the police so much, bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? We coming, free Palestine.
Madam Comptroller, prepare the screen. Council members, please cast your vote.
Colleagues, this is fixing the Central Business Improvement District fee that funds the operations of the Downtown Memphis Commission.
Chief Brown, would you like to say something? I am teasing.
No, let's go.
I'm teasing. Council members, please cast your votes, please.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Please show Councilmember Espinosa is voting yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. And can I entertain a motion for same 9 minutes? Because President Ryan is looking at us like we're
thank
doing
you, Mr. Chairman. I would move this with same 9 minutes if there's no objection.
Absolutely.
This
We'll
move-
note that for the record.
All right, so this item has passed this honorable body with same 9 minutes.
Bang that gavel, Mr. Chairman, because I have another motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to reconsider, I think it's item 37, in order to incorporate same 9 minutes as it's a fiscal year 24 fund balance.
Let's note that Chief Ryan came here with her entire squad to intimidate us. But seriously, we thank you all for the work that you all are doing. All right, there's item number 37 has been, there's been a motion to reconsider. Is there any objection to reconsidering this
Just to add
specifically
same
for
9
the
minutes.
purposes for adding same 9 minutes? Any objection? No objections. Councilwoman Logan wants to make a comment about item number 37. Councilwoman Logan, please speak on item number 37. Go ahead, Councilwoman Logan. Turn your mic on and speak into the mic and
I'd
articulate.
like to change my vote on the number 37 in favor of
All right, so please note that item number 37, Councilwoman Logan has voted in favor, is moved. It's been brought for the purpose of adding same 9 minutes. Any objection to same 9 minutes? All right, item number 37 is approved with same 9 minutes. All right, Councilwoman Comptroller. Wow. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 39?
Item number 39 is a resolution approving the sale of city-owned parcel in the amount of $3,000 known as 0 Birchdale Drive, Memphis, Tennessee 38127, parcel ID number 072-029-00030, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
All right, Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours. I'm not even sure it is, but.
Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. All hearts and minds clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen and vote? And I'm not even sure this is supposed to be same 9 minutes, but same 9 minutes.
No, same 9 minutes.
Okay, no same 9 minutes. Madam Comptroller, please prepare the screen.
We're just sort of finishing up some standard business, I think.
Here's a vote. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Show Councilmember Ford is voting yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
Walker, yes. Walker. Thank you.
Also, Cooper Sutton wants to be shown as voting yes on item number 39.
All right, this item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 40?
Item number 40 is a resolution approving proposed consolidated Plan 24 and fiscal year 25 annual action plan and appropriating federal entitlement funds in the amount of $14,506,157 to the FY24-FY25 Housing and Community Development Budget. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The committee recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilwoman Logan, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. All hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? All right, Councilman, please cast your vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, I know we originally said that we're going to hold item number 30. People who know better than me said that was an error. Could you please call item number 30? We're saying 9 minutes because Councilwoman Chief Brook told us to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our final item is number 30, ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 92 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Memphis to extend the sunset clause for the Equal Business Opportunity Program. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5905 is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
All right, it appears that all, well, no, I was moving. Councilman Carlisle, you recognize? Yes, you are right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee recommends approval, and I so move.
Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Madam Comptroller, could you please press the screen for the vote? Council members, please cast your vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. This brings us to our same 9 minutes. Vice Chairman Canali, could you read the same 9 minutes into the record?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to present to you the same 9 minutes. Items 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43, and 45. And with that, I'll move it to the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Vice Chairman, we're moving too fast. Moved by Vice Chairman Canali. Let's do it again. Seconded by Warren. Absolutely not. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Same 9 minutes. All right, council members, come on. All right, council members. All right, time's up. Hopefully we have 7 people. Come on. They ain't vote now. tough. There we go.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. White, yes. Warren, yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
Madam Comptroller, this item passes. All right, this brings us to our favorite part of every meeting, where we listen to the people. We have 18 comment cards. Belinda, are you here? Hey, Miss Belinda. Name and address for the record. 2 minutes on the clock.
I'm gonna go to the restroom, and I'll let you go.
All right. If you have a comment card, could you please make your way to the front? You can go ahead and start. Name and address for the record. You can go ahead and start. We'll get that. Can we? Your mic's not on. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Belinda.
My name is Belinda Carouche. My address is 2160 Brown Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee 38108. I was before the council probably about a year and a half ago with regard to my concerns about Gooch Park and its state of disrepair. To date, nothing has been done with regard to that. There have been beautiful murals painted on the buildings that are in a terrible state of disrepair. And, okay, all right, so we have quite a few buildings, public buildings, in District 7 that are in a terrible state of disrepair. More specifically, Hollywood Community Center, North Branch Library, Gooch Park, and Pool. And my question is simply this: where are we in the queue to address the state of disrepair of public buildings in District 7 by providing new or renovated structures? And like I said, the murals are beautiful. We have beautiful murals painted all over old buildings. And I've provided pictures for our city council person as well as our super district people. And so that's my question and that's my concern. When are we going to deal with these buildings that are in a terrible state of disrepair? We have a beautiful Northside Square coming up, but then Northside Branch Library, a lot of these buildings were, I think Gooch Park was built in 1959, and I don't know that anything has been done with regard to new or renovated structures. And we do have a splash pad at Hollywood Community Center, but nothing has been done to renovate these structures or put new structures there. That's my concern.
All right, thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Belinda. Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, I know you want to be recognized. Councilwoman Lisa Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, Ms. Carouche, thanks for coming down. I do want to let you know that last year we were able to pass in the budget CIP money for improving Gooch Park Pavilion. So that was passed last fiscal year. And also today, we also just passed this fiscal year to put money in for Gooch, for the field, to turn that into a walking track field. And also Parks isn't here, so I'm not gonna speak for Parks, but I wrote them a letter of support so that they could provide a federal grant to improve the playground at Gooch. So Gooch is already on the list for items. The mural was done by way of Jamon through Miss Joanne Street, who you know, who got that together with that. But Gooch is always on the list. There are already 2 improvements on the dockets that have already been approved by and this council. So Gooch is there. I see Gooch from my house. So Gooch is always on the list because I can see it literally from my window. And I know where you stay, so it ain't that far from you either. But thank you for coming down and bringing it to other council members' attention. But trust me, it's definitely on the list of priorities. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Staff has your card. I'm assuming someone's going to follow with you momentarily. Thank you. Jacob Levy. 2 minutes on the clock. Name and address for the record.
All right. My name is Jacob Levy. I live at 1306 Harvard Avenue. I believe Jonna Swearingen Johnson is my council person. Since October, when people in Memphis have asked members of this council to endorse a ceasefire resolution, they were told it would be too divisive. When Memphians asked for an end to the bloodshed in Gaza, they were told that somehow this would be unfair to Jewish Memphians, because apparently this council cannot differentiate between its Jewish citizens and the genocidal actions that a client state of the USA has been carrying out in Gaza. Jews and Muslims and Christians, human beings, are being slaughtered. Children are being slaughtered, and the MPD has trained with the military that is carrying out the genocidal killing. This military is killing their own hostages. They're killing women and children that are non-combatants, that are innocent people. They are bombing indiscriminately. One of the only things that this apartheid state has done indiscriminately. Council, I will not be a human shield for you to hide behind when your people ask for peace and justice. This body is not neutral. While your constituents' families members have been in harm's way, when your constituents' family members have been dying and have been killed. Ceasefire now, divest now, end the deadly exchange now. There is blood on your hands.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Lynch, are you here? I don't see you. All right, Mr. Lynch. Another Mr. Lynch. Jillian Winhold. Aaron Lewis, I think you're here. I'm pretty sure I saw you. If you know you're slated to speak and you pull the comment card, could you come closer to the mic? You come on, Mr. Lewis. Name and address for the record.
My name is Aaron Lewis.
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Are there any rules still about bringing up any particular name?
Can we get 2 minutes on the clock?
Name and address.
Name and address for the record.
Oh. Aaron Lewis, 3820 Churchill's Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38128. Are there any rules around names or events, Chairman?
Read the rules at the beginning of every council meeting. We're not going to speak negatively toward or disrespectful toward any particular council member. You can make a general. If you name a council member, I'm probably going to mute you. Just speak. If you name a council member, I'm probably going to mute you. But your time is going, so go ahead and. No, why are we stopping the clock? No, we're not stopping the clock. Keep going, Mr. Lewis.
Okay. So I witnessed some things yesterday that I thought were deplorable and vicious, vehemently vicious. And what I witnessed was several Black women here and up there startled, physically reacting to the actions of a person. And it looked violent. It was rude and it was crude. And I would hope that at minimum there would be a public admission to that. And it would only be reasonable because the entire city witnessed it. It was sensationalized, but we all witnessed it. And I wouldn't dare try to throw anything more out of context than it's in. And it would be also appropriate for persons who choose to show up like that to make public apology to parties that that type of vehemence is directed towards. It's in good taste. And I would call on this council to actually have that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, but I will note the particular individual you're talking about apologized? The apology happened
Publicly?
today.
Okay, I missed that.
Today.
Good.
All right, thank you. Amanda O'Connor, are you here? All right. Okay. Blankenship. Williams. Gahazy. Williams. Evan Chase. Alice Miller. I know I saw Alice, didn't I? So I will reiterate, if you are speaking, please move closer.
Hey.
Name and address for the record, you know what to do.
Yes. I'm Alice Miller in 2038 Walker Avenue. Thank you for allowing us more, comments on tonight. I want to say I was in here during the vote to give the blank check to CJ Davis. I'm really concerned, even though we have some council people who are saying, shame on you. The power is in voting those checks, and we still don't even know where money is in the millions of dollars, and you're asking for more money from us. It doesn't. I'm very upset about all of that. And police do not need more money, but all these other groups of social services and stuff do. Everything. And so your word, and we see it. There's only 4 of you who did not vote in favor, and it's very well noted by the community, and it will continue to be noted. And during elections, the number of you who continue to write the blank check for her to do whatever she wants and not justified, not accountable. And we have other needs where people are begging, absolutely begging to have the resources and have the proof for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Male, Elif, male. All right. No male. Brandon Washington, I see you, sir. Thank you for being close. Name and address for the record. You know what to do. 2 minutes on the clock.
Okay. I'm Brandon Washington, 2000 North Parkway. So, as you can see on my card, I meant to speak on this earlier, but I think I had turned in my card late. We need to change the culture of this city. You all was having budget meetings for over weeks, but at the late hours of last night, a department came to you for over $15 million. The department should not feel comfortable coming to you at the late hours of the night asking for millions of dollars. That's just not how it's supposed to be. They did it because they knew that you all would approve it without asking questions, without asking why they need it. As you go forward, I will hope that you wouldn't accept that kind of disrespect. I know I personally wouldn't. Also, as we go forward, we must continue to fund resources for our youth. The $1 million that y'all allocated to the school system today is a good start, but it is not where y'all should end. The people of Memphis should not be worried about you all deciding. The people of Memphis should not be worried that you all will decide to fund old and tired solutions instead of new and innovative ones. As you go forward after this budget season, continue to fund these new and innovative solutions like the ones that Councilwoman Jerry proposed. I ask you all to continue to invest in our youth so they might come back and make Memphis the city that it's supposed to be. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Caroline Francisco. Name and address for the record. 2 minutes on the clock.
Caroline Francisco, 178 South Barksdale Street, 38104. I'm here to speak to the council, again, in support of the demands issued by Memphis Voices for Palestine. I'll reiterate them for the record. They are no on C.J. Davis, no on deadly exchange, and disclose, divest, reinvest. This council has shown that the people can tell you time and time again that we do not need more money for the police. We do not need more money for the police, and the council will give more money to the police. So we are asking you, what do you expect the police to do differently with this $15 million that you've just given them? We're asking you to please listen to your constituents, say no on C.J. Davis. Several other people have said today that, Memphis Police Department is training with a foreign military. We're not just talking about a foreign military. We are talking about an occupation force that has murdered over 37,000 people in the last 8 months alone. I hope the council realizes the weight of that, and hope you realize your power in this moment to take action and separate our city from the genocide occurring in Palestine. I would appreciate if the council could direct their attention to the comments being made, because we still have not seen action on Palestine from this council, and it's a wasted opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Gilia. Did I pronounce that right? Gilia. Gillia, maybe. Oh. Please tell me how Councilman Canale butchered your name. Did we butcher their name?
Did you say Jillian?
I said Gilia.
How do you spell the last name?
W-E, and there's a letter I cannot read. Is this you?
Jillian Wenhold?
That is not that hard.
Come here. Thank you. 2 minutes on the clock. Name and address for the record, but come here. She writes like me. Come here.
Jillian Wenhold, 63 North Idlewild Street, 38107. I'm here to speak about the demands from Memphis Voices for Palestine. Again, the first one is vote no on C.J. Davis being reappointed as police chief. Second one, no on deadly exchange program. So as recently as August 2023, there were 3 MPD officers who went and were training in Israel. This is not a good use of money, and definitely not something that taxpayers are supporting. And of course, the third one is to disclose, divest, and reinvest that money that's been invested in surveillance technology, tactical and ideological alignment with the Israeli occupation forces, reinvest that into services that will actually support our community, like housing, like education. And one more thing, I hope y'all are listening. I feel like every time I'm up here, y'all are just chatting with each other. But we also sent you, every single one of you received emails from Memphis Voices for Palestine. You also received emails from your constituents. I'm a constituent of District 5 and Super District 9, and we have yet to receive a response from any of y'all, so we're currently outside. The police actually tried to remove us, but we're not able to at the time. Please come out after the meeting and at least talk to people in the community. We're not going to stop here, so also keep checking your emails. You'll hear from us, and you'll see us again next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Claire? Hello, Claire. I'm not sure if I've seen you before. Name
Hi.
and address for the record.
What?
I said I'm not sure if I've seen you before.
Hi, my name is Claire Bittner. I live on 225 Arbor Commons Circle. I am in Miss Green's district. I am speaking as somebody who is a part of the Jewish community who cares very much about what's going on in Palestine. We are demanding that the city of Memphis divest from the deadly exchange being an exchange program that sends police officers from the city of Memphis to Israel to train under soldiers from the Israeli occupation forces. The IOF is the same army under the same government that is bombarding and genociding Palestinians, keeping them trapped in open-air prisons so they can't escape. To our knowledge, several officers, including C.J. Davis, have participated in this program. C.J. Davis has used the skills and tactics from this exact program to oppress, brutalize, and kill Black Americans. She still continues to work with the IOF, and on top of that, has an extensive history of doing so. These tactics, the actions of these officers go hand in hand with the oppression of both Black Americans and Palestinians. C.J. Davis sits there with blood on their hands. Our demands are that you cut the funding from these programs that are used to terrorize innocent people and use these funds that could be more helpful to Memphis, such as education, healthcare, alleviating homelessness. We also call for the resignation of C.J. Davis from the police department, as many innocent civilians have died by her hands. With that being said, cease fire now and free Palestine. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your passionate speech. Fabiola, hey, good to see you again. Name it. Well, you know what to do.
Fabiola Francis, 1664 Newton Oak, 38117. First, thank you for your dedication and for your time. I know you're tired, so am I. I've been here since 4 o'clock. So I want to address one concern that no one seems to address is animal welfare. Dogs and cats are also part of this community. We have not seen results in many years. Memphis is a great city. We have a lot of good things to offer. I have emailed the shelter director, Ty Coleman, and the mayor on many occasions, and all I get is, we will look into it, or no answer at all. I've also emailed you today, so please take a minute to look at the email that I wrote to you. People should not feel like the shelter is a death sentence for many animals. This shelter should be a place of safety and security for a time until most animals find a home, rescue, or foster. Not every animal can be saved, but we can do more to keep them alive. From the words of our mayor, he said, quote, "Our city is asking for more." Young said, "Our residents want better." And I want to add that our animals deserve better. Let me give you just a few things that are going on at the shelter. Jesus. The shelter has no veterinary doctors as of last month. The veterinary doctors are the ones that supervise the vaccines. No rabies vaccine is given. Sheltered animals are being left unaltered to be adopted. Look at Title 8 on the animals.
Your time.
Please take the time to listen and read my emails. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
De nada. Appreciate your comments. Aaliyah. At some point, I'm going to ask people to take a penmanship class.
If you paid attention the first time, you know how to say it. It's Ala El Atiyat. I'm at 8386 King William Street, 38016.
So what I'm going to whenever you're writing, just make sure you write neat enough, because I think there's some of the issues. But go ahead.
Anyway, I don't really have anything to say at this point about C.J. Davis, about the budget, because y'all gonna do what y'all do anyway. I just wanted to let y'all know, y'all constituents don't respect y'all. Y'all are in those seats because Memphis don't got good voter turnout. Y'all's job is to sit there and listen to people. The least you could do is listen. Y'all can't even hold your tongues. And I'm a high school teacher. and my students can behave better than our own city council members, my students stay off their phones. My students avoid the side conversations when we're talking, what I'm teaching. And that's not their job. I'm getting paid to be there. Y'all getting paid to be here. And y'all act like petulant children. And it's not cute. It's not a good look. While y'all cops, that y'all giving money out here attacking youth, attacking people peacefully protesting, what is the point? What do y'all think you're accomplishing? I just wonder, I really wonder, as someone who wanted to be like y'all when I was young, when I was a kid and didn't understand, I wanted to be a politician. Like, what did y'all think y'all were doing here? Y'all came here to get a check? Y'all don't even care about this. Y'all don't care about y'all constituents. Y'all don't care to even listen, to even pay attention. And it's just really interesting to me. And it don't matter to me. It really don't, because I'm going to do what I do anyway. But it's just really interesting. And I hope that weighs heavy on y'all's hearts, because really, people don't even know who their city council members are. No one knows who their city council members are. And it's because y'all can't put no money in education. Y'all putting money in the cops. And no one cares who they are, because they're not going to listen anyway. That's all I have to say.
So usually I sit quiet, but I just take offense to your comments today. I've been on this body this is going on my 5th year, and I've literally served with these people. I literally go through budgets with these people. I literally go back and forth about various issues and have conversations, and I'm going to talk about Councilman Carlisle. We will argue a point all the time, and ultimately to try to figure out what's best for the city of Memphis. And one of the things that I will share, I literally believe all 13 members, and I wouldn't say this last year. I wouldn't say this with the last body, but all 13 members of this council, we care. Just because we don't agree with something that's being said doesn't mean we don't care. I always go back to the point, reasonable minds disagree. We have constituents who have different beliefs. We have constituents that grew up differently than us. Our job is to try to find what we believe to be common ground. My ideas aren't everyone's ideas. Councilman Carlisle's ideas are not everyone's ideas. Your ideas are not everyone's ideas. We listen. We've heard every single argument. Trust me. So we heard every single argument. Trust me. But I just take complete offense for you to say that these members don't care. They're just completely false. That's a falsehood. I just can't let that stand. Mr. Kent, name and address for the record. 2 minutes on the clock. Well,
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. Okay, listen up, everybody. Hopefully everybody agrees that budget season starts July 1 this year, not May next year. And let's just start with I hope you're listening, just some basic transparency. Number one, monthly financials published and reported along with fund balances historic every month. This is a framework, safeguards that were not put in place last year, weren't put in place. 2, managed agreement reform, transparency on that. 3, pilot reform, don't mess with CBAs. Maybe appoint the vice chair to replace the current budget chair. Maybe the vice chair, who is an accountant, will do the work. I don't know. What's the question? The question is, who wants to do the work of public oversight and transparency? Who wants to do it? That's the question. After all, we wasted all of the budget season's time. All of it. And I have the District 6 commissioner or counselor as my witness on the record. I would ask that the new members learn to originate motions, as it's just talking without originating motions. And as far as all the squawking about the mean old white man, this is racially diverse disaster, okay? And the last item you considered, one of the last items, was to fund $1 billion in stadiums. $1 billion is what we're talking about. And I'm floored that the budget chair voted against this operational budget after facilitating hardly any other pathways forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. I'm sure we'll see you next council meeting. I entertain a motion, council members.